Hey people, my name is Aram, my pronouns are he, him, and welcome back to Godsfall. In order to move Godsfall to a game we record virtually, we've had to invest in audio gear for all of our players. We really need to recoup some of our expenses to keep the show going throughout the entire season. For $5 a month, you'll get access to a bunch of original stories, art, maps, my complete DM's notes, and early Godsfall releases, including the first 4 episodes of Season 6. Check us out at patreon.com/Godsfall. If you want to donate to the show, you can do so at paypal.me/Godsfall or ko-fi.com/Godsfall. If you cannot afford to donate, don't worry. We'd love for you to leave us a review to help get the show in front of more people. To find all the places you can support and review Godsfall, head over to doesitroll.com/support. So please enjoy the premiere of Godsfall Season 6 and listen to the next episode right now at patreon.com/Godsfall.
My name is Michael. My pronouns are he, him. I play Zion Preeton, the newly arisen god of force.
My name is Doug, and my pronouns are he and him, and I play Doro Knot, the newly arisen god of travel.
My name is Joe. My pronouns are he, him, and I play Lord Haldir Loran, the newly arisen god of war.
My name is Kelly. My pronouns are she, her, and I play Rena Falaval, the arisen god of luck.
So, Rena and Doro were headed out of the hotel room in order to search Hog's Feet for fellow thieves, basically. Fellow thieves that you could talk thief to and possibly find out some information. You know that Tiago Reese and Grabby Hand, so we know his name's Cyril Avantis, but you've never actually heard his name. You know that those two were in town at some point to set up this ambush, to kill Paris' whole family, turn them into monsters, and set them against you. At some point, he had to come here and do that. That trap had to be laid. So, you two had left Zion and Para to kind of talk together and figure out where they were. Para's pretty upset. You two had kind of left them alone. Caitlin and Haldir had gone off and done something, and you two are now just in Hog's Feet. It's like 6 or 7 p.m. It's getting later, but it's still incredibly busy. The festival is in full swing. What are you guys looking for?
Well, as a rogue, I actually have a network I can actually tap into. It's like I have a contact, and I know how to get in contact with him anywhere, basically.
So you know that there is a group of herders, of Goliath herders, right? And they herd Granta. And there is a herd of, as you guys are looking across, and there's a big stockyards where they do a lot of their livestock and their prized livestock and the horses for the different events. And there's a bunch of Granta in those pens. And you can see the big blue stripes painted along their side that definitely identifies them as part of this herd. And you know that there's a Goliath herder among those that runs a smuggling ring. And if anyone knows what's going on in this town, it's going to be her.
Okay, well, then I inform Rena about this potential contact to the network and suggest that we go and speak to the Goliath herders.
I'm just following.
All right, well, I'll take the lead.
And also, Autumnille's with you. Yes, I am also here.
Oh, shit.
Oh, okay. Is that it? It's just us three?
Correct.
Well, then, rather than ignoring Autumnille, I inform both of them at the same time.
That does seem promising. There was something I was going to follow up on my own. Are you all okay?
Oh yeah. Don't worry. I'll take care of Rena. You go do what you have to do. You can see us in a couple seconds.
Wait, what are you gonna go? What are you gonna go look at?
There are some people I wish to talk to while I am here. Do not worry. I am in good hands. And he does a little bow, and then he's just gone. He just zips out of there.
I mean, if anyone's going to be okay by themselves, it's going to be him.
Aramil wants to kill Para still. So this is not great that I'm just letting him go by himself.
Oinkers also looks slightly concerned. Oinkers looks a little worried as Automil takes off, but quickly, forgets.
Okay, so is Oinkers like chilling with me? Is that like...
Yeah.
Okay.
Oinkers is with you all. Oinkers stayed behind when Torvik left. So Torvik left right before you guys pulled into Capania back in Ryzan. So Torvik's been gone for a while.
So I turn to Oinkers and I go, Oinkers, between the two of us, do you think you could keep an eye on Aramil? Because I need to figure out what he's doing. Because if he gets anywhere near Para, I need you to
kill him.
Something. Fast.
Yeah. Oinkers thinks he can do that. Well, Oinkers again, can you speak with animals?
I mean, at this point, I feel like me and Oinkers have a communication system.
Oinkers, with nonverbal communication, Oinkers can physically do things. Like if you said raise your right leg, Oinkers would raise her right leg. If you said nod, Oinkers would nod. So you can communicate that way, yeah. I introduced a version of Oinkers into the Escape the Union game, and someone could speak with animals, and I was caught off guard because I didn't consider it. And so Oinkers is now a himbo. Or a shimbo, I suppose, because Oinkers kind of talks like this, and I had no choice. I just launched into it, and I was stuck with it. So, yeah, exactly. It's exactly what it is. All right, so so Oinkers nods and looks very serious, and turns into like a little peregrine falcon, a little pink one, has a little wing salute, and then just takes off and goes flying after Automil.
And I tried to make sure that Doro didn't hear that mini conversation where we talked about Para being a problem.
Doro, would you be trying to listen in to her talk to Oinkers?
So oddly enough, perfect. I'm so glad you segued like that because as you look up from your little secret meeting, Doro's gone. Where did Doro go? Oh no, where did Doro go?
Oh dear. All right, Doro, where have you gone?
I've definitely just assumed they were staying right behind me as I was basically leading off, and much like I often do with Wild Abaddon, I am just, blinking ahead.
Are you hiding?
No. I'm using it as a form of travel. She can keep up because she's an acrobat to some degree, and he moves like lightning.
Right, but you
so
blink
I can't outrun him
every
anyway.
30 feet. Yeah. You just, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just going up the road or something, but I use it as a form of travel too sometimes when I'm really lazy.
What did Rita roll for perception?
Okay, I got a 27.
All right, that's plenty. So you're used to this. So you're used to trying to spot Doro because Doro does this. So you see Doro popping up the road. Now the road is filled with revelers. A lot of them are drunk. And so Doro, every 30 feet appears, picks someone's pocket, appears, grabs someone's, he's just stealing as he's going along, right? And so I would say, Doro, by the time you got to the stables, you've gained 10 gold. In various items. Okay. You also have you have three things of food and a whole tankard of ale. You're all lined up.
This is and then literally I could use this to barter with the content.
You could 100%.
Here, I got you.
I got some shit. Yeah. All right. So you are outside a very large stables. There's multiple buildings set up. There's a large open area where they do all the the hog. I don't know. Is it a pretty hog? I don't know. I honestly don't know how you rate a hog, but however you do rate a hog, yeah, here's a ribbon for the largest hog. Here's a ribbon for the best hog. Here's a ribbon for the hog races. All that stuff happens in this area, but you're at one of the auxiliary stables where they keep the animals and then prep them to be shown.
Okay. Just as a quick glance, as I'm coming into the stables, I want to kind of examine the different. I know I have no animal anything.
Sure.
I totally aware of that.
Yeah.
But even me as a person can walk into a 4-H tent and say, that's probably the winner.
God, you're so from Ohio. You're so from Ohio that you walked in instead of a 4-H tent.
It's so not that hard because like most of the entries to those types of things are all like covered in like mud and crap and stuff. You're like, what the hell? And there's always one person who takes this way too seriously, and like they're blow drying the sheep and stuff and giving it
They
a
have special
balayage,
brushes.
and you're like, what the hell?
So I would say that the first thing you would notice are the Granta. So there are 24 of these massive creatures. They are about at their shoulders, they're as tall as elephants, right? And they have these fantastically large horns. They're like giant boars, right? If they also had like a rhino's horn coming off the front, and also two big tusks on either side. So they got like a little tripate of weaponry on the front of them, right? And they're just massive, and they're all very well taken care of. They all have these big blue stripes painted along them, and are very clearly, there's no other Granta there, so there's no real competition, right?
Right.
Very few people heard a Granta.
Okay, so a couple little background questions real quick. Have I ever seen a Granta before?
Physically in person, no. There'd be no reason for you to. They're really only in Wessel, so I don't think you would have seen these before.
Okay, so this is like my first encounter. So it's kind of dinosaur-like.
Yeah.
And this contact that I'm about to link up with real quick, I don't know this person or something, do I? Or how do you want to do that?
I would say I think you know her through a friend of a friend. So one of the halflings that used to belong to your old guild in Port Bliss, one of them spoke very fondly of this particular, like there was a night where they were in Wessel and they were just out in the fields camping because they like to camp. They're a weird halfling that way, and just came across this giant herd of Grant. They was so fascinated by it that they had to go investigate, ended up breaking camp with these Goliaths who were very amused to meet a halfling. Right. And it just was a good night, and would tell this story over and over again until you guys knew every single detail. So you feel like you know her. She is a particularly short Goliath, although she's still 7 feet tall. Right. But for a Goliath, she's a little on the short side.
Do you want to name her, or do you want me to dance around that?
Already got you covered, my friend. I have all the names already prepared.
Excuse me, I'm looking for a Jennifer.
Nira. You are looking for a Nira. And you spot her pretty simply. There are several Goliaths in and about the area. None are inside this kind of oversized barn right now, that except for one woman who is clearly her at the back of the barn, and she's got one of the Granta's feet up on this huge, basically stump, and she's trying to get a rock out between its little bony toes.
Ooh, should I help? Should I not help? Maybe I shouldn't help.
And then right as he's walking in the barn and he's doing his assessment, Rena just goes and then she goes, okay. Looks around the barn and is just all right. And then just stands behind Doro and is just staring at everything and just being she's not even she's just kind of this is happening.
All right. So Doro, what do you do?
As Rena catches up, out of breath a little, I turn to her as if she had been there the whole time, not missing a beat or anything, and I say,
Find the most important animal in this stable right now.
Oops. Okay. And then I just start to glance around to see, because I've been in a forest my whole life, so I'm just looking around being what looks the most nice and healthy looking one that it's got going on.
Roll me animal handling. Or nature. You could roll me nature as well.
Ooh, I want you to do nature. I didn't do great. I got 12.
You've never seen anything like this either. There's nothing like this in the Ironwood. These you've heard of Granta. Everyone's heard of them. It's like everyone's heard of an elephant. Not everyone's seen one. Everyone's heard of a polar bear, right? Like all the big monsters that are normal in your world, you've heard of. And they all look very impressive. But the one that Nira's trying to get the rock out of the paw is clearly larger than the rest of them, stands a full foot higher than the rest of them.
Serena just points over Doro's shoulder, in the direction, right next to his head, past his, and she just goes that one.
And as Doro's kind of like glancing at what this lady's doing, he looks back at Rena and gives her a nod, and flicks one of the coins that he stole at her.
You tip her?
And like, sure, why not? Whatever. Don't worry, I'll take it back. So then I go over and I approach Nira. Excuse me.
She doesn't even look up, and she just... and she pops like a rock out of this thing's toe that's basically the size of your head. And she turns over. What you need, Halfling?
Your name's Nira, right?
And she stands up and cracks her shoulders, folds her arms, and looks down at you. Yeah, my name's Nira.
So you're probably friends with friends of mine. And I'm looking for some information. I'm trying to find some people.
Okay, what's the halfling's name that you're trying to find? What's the halfling's name that you would have known?
Let's say his name was Gerbel. Gerbel.
Okay, excellent. Gerbel, the halfling. All right, yeah. So,
Yeah.
And then like a smile spreads across her face, and she kind of leans down, and she gets right at as close to your level as she can be. She's like, "Oh, Gerbel," and then she laughs, and she's like, "You must be one of the halflings from." Because Gerbel told her everything about you guys. So she's got all the stories about you guys. So she knows exactly who you are. And she laughs. And she's like, "How is Gerbel?"
Anyways, I have a really important message to get into the network. If you could also send that in as well.
All right. What do you got to say?
I have a rolled up note that I hand her, basically. And
A little teeny note, right?
Yeah. It's like a little tiny note, basically.
Just make sure that this gets as deep and far into the network as possible.
Okay. What does the note say?
So the note, all it says is, I'm watching you. What was his name? Randall or something?
Randall.
Fucking Randall.
Yeah, Randall. Yeah, your enemy.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's all it says.
Right.
It's just an empty bluff threat that I know that he's watching the network
Right.
and is
He'll
like
see
picking
it.
things out, and he'll see this little tiny fucking note that I wrote for no one saying that I'm watching him, basically just to freak him out.
She just kind of laughs, and she carefully rolls up this tiny, tiny note, and she puts it into her pocket. I can do that. Anything else?
Yeah, I just need to find these two individuals.
And I start telling her about Sabu. Who's the other person we're
No,
looking
you're
for?
looking
for Cebu?
No, it's Cyril and
no.
well, we don't know his name, but
Cyril
and,
Avanti.
Oh, Cyril.
yeah, and Tiago.
Do you guys know his name?
No.
Wait,
No.
do you know his name is Cyril? You don't know it. So you know
We do
Grabby
not.
Hands, but
Yeah,
you
Goldilocks Grabby
can
Hands.
describe what he looks like.
Well,
Yeah.
I'll describe Grabby.
If you
Yeah.
guys have seen the art for Malvorn, that's basically also the art for Grabby Hands. So imagine him like that. Tall, blonde, looks like a jock from an 80s movie, that kind of thing. And then also for Tiago Reese. So you're looking for
Yeah.
those two individuals.
Yeah, I go into like light description, nothing too like super detailed or anything, because I don't think I have like that good of information on what they look like other than firsthand accounts. So
Yeah, she's listening to you, and she's nodding, and she doesn't seem to give away anything as she's listening, but she's hearing you. She also puts a giant trunk on this table in front of her as she slams it down, then opens up the lid.
Can Rena be looking at her face to see if she like when Doro is describing what Tiago and Cyril look like? Can she like be like
Yeah.
Rena wants to be like trying to get a beat on her about?
You want to
like, if she's
do
getting anything.
you want to kind of like do an insight
Yeah.
and see if she's like, if there's any like recognition. Sure. Absolutely.
And I get a nat 1, so I don't notice. The animals are just so new and just
Yeah, that's exactly what happens. Actually, there's a one of them just also I rolled a natural 20 for her,
wow.
we are the opposite sides of the coin.
and they're loud and they're kind of stompy. So yeah, that just distracted you. But what she does is she sets a giant chest down and she starts pulling items out of it. All the items they're all kind of assorted. Like none of them have anything to do with each other. One of them is a obsidian candle. One of them is a smaller chest that comes out of the first chest. One is a single coin that she puts down, and she's placing all these items down and she's listening to you. She's like, well, that's interesting because a fella did enter here not 3 days ago, matched that description exactly for Tiago Reese.
Okay, not surprising.
Rena's
So-
triggered.
Had some questions to ask and had a picture with them. And she lays out a single ruby. She lays out a very intricate copper lantern that has the carvings of dragon heads along the side of it. And she puts down a silver flask that has religious symbology carved along it. If one of you wants to roll a religion check, you can try and figure out what that is. And then also a smooth ivory disc. Oh, and a very simple clay pot that you would see at like a hardware store to like maybe grow a little plant, that kind of thing.
I got a 14 for religion.
It has the symbology of the old god of life, Yala, along it. 2 things I have for you here. Sounds like you all are adventuring type. I have some items. Magical items. They do herd Granta, but she uses it as a cover to smuggle magical items across Wessel. So she has some magical items, and she knows some information about some of them. She knows a little information about some of them. So she's willing to tell you what you need to know about Tiago if you purchase something.
Oh, so I have to buy something in order for her
to give you the info.
Me the information.
Exactly.
So it's like I'm paying for the information, but she also wants to give me a magic item out of it?
Well, they all cost different prices, so keep that in mind.
Okay. Oh, and so the information might not cost the amount of the magic item, and you wouldn't know unless you get appraised both.
So
that's kind of fucked.
Do you want to know what the items are? Well, what she knows about the items anyway.
Yeah, let me get a list going here, huh?
All right, so first there's a black candle. There's an ebony candle that costs 50 gold, and she holds it up. She lights it and she douses the candle in a cup of water and pulls it back out, and it hasn't gone out. And then she blows it out and it goes out. So it's a candle that can be lit underwater or stay lit underwater.
Is it lit while it's underwater, or?
Yeah, it stays.
Oh my God, Zion
it stays lit
for that thing.
Zion's gonna like a lot of these things. So that's the first item. The second item is a small chest, about big enough to hold a single week's worth of rations. And she opens it and she pulls out a single apple that's inside of it. This apple has been in this chest for an entire year. Have a bite.
I'm just supposed to take your word for this?
Yes.
No, thank you. I won't bite the apple, but thank you.
She takes a big bite out of it. It crunches. The inside of it is perfect. Any food or any item that can spoil, you place inside this chest, so it'll stay perfect forever. 250 gold. Then the next item is an ivory disc about 5 inches across. Which of you are dirtiest?
Doro.
Me? Duh. Wait, you asked that?
I was like, why did you even ask?
No, I need to know, but she's just looking at you. So she.
Also, thank you for asking. I mean, that would just be rude, just assuming I'm the dirtiest. Thank you for doing that. But let's all come together on this.
If Torvik was here, I would have assumed. For the rest of you.
Oh,
right?
Yeah, Torvik, I guess, could be. Yeah.
So she leans down and she brushes this disc against your back, and it's very smooth and cold to the touch. And as she does, all the dirt and all of the filth, like if there's a stain in your jacket from like cotton candy or whatever, it all's gone. You're just clean, like you just stepped out of a shower and had freshly laundered clothes.
So is this just
a cleansing stone?
What? Is this just prestidigitation?
Well, yeah, basically it was, but only for this particular thing. It just cleans you. It was used by priests it was used by the old priests of order. To basically, because they believed in being absolutely spotless while they were doing their incarnations.
Oh, all these items would work great for our like future plans of a panini shop and stuff like that.
Oh yeah,
because now we can have a laundromat.
That's true. We can have a laundromat. So that costs 500 gold.
Yes.
Then she picks up the copper coin and she's like, "This is a little more detailed." And she said, "I am 7 feet tall." And she holds the coin up and she drops it. And it falls and hits the ground and makes 7 pings. When this coin is dropped, it shall return a ding for every foot that it was dropped.
Oh. Okay.
Oh.
It's like a measuring tape.
That's Where are you pulling these items out? Are you making them up?
All of these are common magic items because the D&D is filled with very common magic items. And I figured that any of these common magic items that would have been prevalent in a world where there was magic, in a world where there isn't magic, all seem like miracles, even though they're basically just cantrips.
Yeah. I just want to say I love this. I love this over like a flaming sword. That stuff is like whatever.
Right.
This is like
These are fun.
Practical use and stuff. Like magic has a use now, and that's so cool. All right. Anyway,
So that single copper coin costs 100 gold.
You didn't tell us how much the ivory disc was.
The ivory disc is 500 gold. Then she turns to the lantern. Now this lantern is very special, and she runs her hands over. Now she's like fully selling it, right? You light this lantern, and there's oil in it, right? And she turns it and she lights it, and it glows with a very bright, very beautiful flame and all this intricate carving. Normal lantern, oil will last 6 hours. However, if a dragon is near, it will burn brighter and burn the color of said dragon. Do you want more of the best role-playing podcasts you have ever heard? Then check out our new TTRPG podcast network, Does It Roll?
That's a 9 force damage.
Wow, okay. Your Eldritch Blast just explodes the throat away. The body just lies there, black ooze spraying out.
We are the official home of Wizards of the Coast Rime of the Frost Maiden game, and we have several adventures already posted for you to enjoy. You can check us out weekly on Twitch at twitch.tv/doesitroll, or check out the podcast versions at doesitroll.com. It's a lantern that, when lit, if there's a dragon within a mile, it will burn brighter and burn with the color of that dragon. So if it's a blue dragon, it'll burn blue. If it's a red dragon, it'll burn red. Dragons haven't been seen for 100 years. So it's not, you really can't prove this, but she claims it's true.
Wait, don't we know there's a dragon? Because we saw, like, the one that's in Utea?
Yeah, you saw visions of it. Yes, correct. Okay. Absolutely. Okay. Yeah. So you think there are dragons, assuming that was a vision in your timeline. In your current reality, there are dragons. Yeah. But, like, they're not a problem. And she quotes 2,500 gold for this lantern.
That's it?
The ruby is a 1-inch ruby when you place it into a weapon. So let's say that Zion put it against his staff. It would merge with his weapon and then allow him to use it as a spell focus. So it's for magic users, basically. So he'd be able to turn whatever weapon he was using into his spell focus item.
What's the benefit of a spell focus item?
He gets to add 1d4 to any damage he does with it. So anytime he's holding it and does them and cast magic or cast a divinity, he gets to add an extra die 4. Yeah.
That's cute.
So it's like a little thing, but it's like a little thing of focus, right?
How much is that?
That is 500 gold. A small clay pot. And she looks at it and she was like, I know this is magical. I know you have to grow something inside it, but I do not know what it does. All I know is that once you do grow something inside it, it can never be used again.
Oh.
As the pot cannot be used again, or the plant cannot be used again?
That's all she knows, that the pot will shatter when something is grown in it.
Is there anything on the pot, or is it just a clay pot?
Yeah, there's all these little drawings of like, what's the cake? You know Pseudowood, the Pokemon?
Yeah.
Looks like that. It looks like a bunch of like animated plants.
It doesn't look like our cactus friend at all.
No,
right?
It doesn't look like him at all. Yeah.
All right. Okay,
but kind of reminiscent of him.
Probably just in a cartoony way.
Yeah.
How much does she want for the pot?
20 gold.
Oh, well, that's happening.
The last item. This is the most special thing I have, and she picks it up. This is a decanter of endless water. And she unscrews the cap, and she says a word, which is the draconic word for trickle. And when she does that, water begins to pour out of it like you would normally pour water out of a flask. But it's endless. She can pour endless clean water. And then when she turns it up, it stops. She has 2 more command words. The second one puts out more water. The third one, she turns like just pointing directly towards one of the Agranta, about 20 feet away. And a geyser of water fires out and just starts to like strip dirt off the side of the Agranta. And she holds it there for a good 30 seconds, says the command word again, and it stops. Then she recaps it and places it down. I will only accept trade for this item.
This is reminiscent of that thing that Torvik had, right?
A jug of many things, I believe it's called. It does oil and water and mayonnaise.
Alcohol or something.
Alcohol. Yeah, that's really all he used it for, was the alcohol.
Yeah.
So those are the items set before you.
And not for a jet ski that we're going to build.
Oh, the water park for our panini shop and laundromat.
Panini shop / laundromat. Yeah, exactly.
/ water park.
Right.
Perfect.
/ greenhouse with this pot or whatever.
Well, no, it's one use. You can't
That's true.
make a business out of that.
Kill her and take all her stuff.
Damn. The Michael's shining through.
Bold move. Let's see if it pays off.
I'm sorry, Haldir. I didn't realize you had joined them.
Roll for initiative.
So Rena just like takes 20 gold, plops it down, and is like, I want the clay pot.
And if you would like anything else, she'll sell it to you, or she's happy to give you the information now as well.
When Tiago came through, did he buy any info from you? And then did he buy any magical items from you, if he did?
He provided me with something, yes.
Okay. We're gonna have to get to the bottom of that. But if I have a question about like a mechanic thing a bit.
Sure.
I had tried, I don't think I did this in front of you guys. I had this idea by myself. But if I have a piece of Godstone, you say it stores divinity. So if I have a piece of Godstone, just like a tiny piece, and I put one of my points of lucky in it, can anyone use that?
I would say yes, but you lose it.
Yeah, I lose it for the day.
And you lose it every day until it's, every day. So every day until that's spent, you'd be 1 point down. As long as that point's inside that thing, it's been given up until it gets spent, and then it'll return to you on the following day. So you can, but it's costly.
Because that's a great barter skill. I was also just thinking,
pretty great.
Like, I could also
It's
just
pretty
give it.
great.
I was hoping to like, I was hoping I could do
What you could make smaller ones. So instead of giving away a whole basically advantage, instead of giving that away, you could give away like a 1d4 like bard thing.
Yeah,
so like and so like whatever they choose, they could use it for bardic inspiration and get like 1d4 or 1d6 added to a d20. You could do that.
Okay, so I'm going to give one of those to the party at some point.
That's a really good idea. That's an excellent idea.
Literally, like, my brother and I were, like, scheming this. We were like, well...
It should look like a little casino chip with Rena's face on it, right?
It just says, like, Jodar on it, and then it's like, there's, like, something on it.
So you could totally do that.
It's like,
but
all
for right
hail
now,
Rena on it. Like, just...
It's just a picture of you, and it says, you owe me. That's all it says on it. Is there anything else you want, Doro? Did you want to purchase anything else from her?
I wonder how perceptive she is.
You want to try and steal? I mean, they're on a table in front of her. She seems to be paying close attention. These obviously are valuable. This is her job. She seems competent. And there is a crossbow leaning on the wall next to her, the size of her. I mean, the size of you.
Looking around, are there, like, does she have, like, a guard anywhere? Like even if they're like hiding?
Outside, there were other ones. As far as one's hiding, go ahead and roll perception.
Okay, cool. 20.
So you're scanning around the bar and you're looking. It's gonna take a couple minutes as you're kind of like looking into all the areas and into all the darkness around you. Doro, while she's doing that, did you want to buy anything else?
Yeah, why not?
All right.
I'll be a good guy.
What do you want to
I've
buy?
been a good guy in a while. I want to buy the black candle.
The black candle costs 50 gold. She happily sells that to you. Anything else?
No, I can't afford anything else.
Mood.
Then she starts to pick. Yeah, she begins to like pick all the items up and put them back into the chest. As she's doing that, Rena, you're scanning around and you see a glow, a very, very faint glow up in the rafters, about maybe 30 feet up and against the edge of the barn. Maybe another 50 feet into the barn, where the Granta are.
Like in the stall or up in the rafters?
Up in the rafters.
A glow.
Yeah, like kind of a sickly pale glow, but similar to the astral realm. That kind of pink and purple swirling energy. As you're looking at that, she turns to both of you and says, "So this Tiago? Yes, he did come with a friend. Tall woman, blonde, sparkly red dress. Odd, seemed out of place, but very confident in herself." Those two were in 3 days ago. Tiago asked about one individual, had an image of him, and it was so clearly drawn, and the paper was shiny. It was like nothing she'd ever seen before. It looked exactly like a person inside a strange metal box with glass in it and wheels, but there was no horse pulling it, and it was surrounded by giant towers of pure glass. And it's Haldir.
Oh.
She's just describing this, right? Where she's not like showing us this thing.
Correct. She doesn't have the photo, but she's describing what it is and how it was very unusual for her.
And when she describes Haldir, we know it's Haldir?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, she describes Haldir to a T.
Okay. She's like the fancy furs
he's
and the
kind
blah,
of
blah,
hard
blah,
to
blah,
forget.
blah, and the...
Well, he wasn't wearing the furs in this photo, but everything else about him is very clearly Haldir.
Okay.
Also, the one in the red dress seemed to have had a direct interaction with him, because when it got to the actual descriptions of how he talked and walked, she's the one who took over.
What did Ariska look like?
So she had red hair and was kind of short, like around 5'4".
Okay. Just checking.
So definitely not her.
No, yeah. Weird. I don't know who that is. That's so weird. Okay.
Joe knows.
But, okay, so Tiago Reese was here, but... So she didn't say anything about...
Rita's going to tap Dora on the shoulder, and then she's going to lean down, and in Halfling, she's going to say, is it at my 9 o'clock or my 10 o'clock?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
yeah,
so I
sure.
say...
It's at your 9 o'clock,
I just say 10 o'clock, rafters, and then lean back up. I'm trying to look like I'm Doro's guard to a certain degree. So...
You're his muscle, yeah?
Yeah. And I'm just passing a message, you know?
So Doro, do you know what 9 o'clock means?
So first off, as she's doing this, so she's never done this before, and I've never experienced her speaking halfling or anything like that. I totally pop what the fuck? You can
You can speak halfling?
Totally taken aback. When you're in a foreign country and you're just kind of trying to make your way around, and then someone comes up to you with perfect English or something, you're like, what? Oh, but I totally understand that. That's so weird. So yeah, I totally pop a what the fuck look at her while she's doing that, and then she raises back up and is looking all yeah, we're gonna get this done. We're cool, huh? And I absolutely jump up on this table where the items are, shaking some of them, and the Goliath is what the hell? Yeah. And I point at her and I say in halfling when did you learn this? How long have you known how to talk like this?
And Nira's just kind of looking at both of you, but she laughs because she knows kind of you. She knows the stories of you. This is not unusual for her. And she's just putting all the items back into the chest. As you follow her eyeline, Adoro, you see the energy she was talking about. It's growing brighter. And some of the Granta are starting to complain and shuffle and call out. And now Nira is paying attention. She's like, calm yourselves, calm. And she's trying to and she's walking over towards where the Granta are to give them direction.
I point towards the astral, energy kind of flare up that's happening in the rafters and say towards Nira, what's that?
And she looks up and she frowns at it as it begins to grow brighter and crackle with energy. And a couple more spots now are glowing around you, and some of the Granta are beginning to shout.
Okay, so Rena takes out her bow and arrow, and she shoots off an arrow into the direction of one of them, and she shoots her light arrow and just does yellow to see if she can see what it is.
So you fire this arrow, you say elven and light, and you let go of it, and it illuminates into daylight as it fires into the rafters. This bright path of light shines over everything, and the Grunta all kind of rear back as they're surprised by the light. But as it gets towards the rafters, it illuminates this glob of pulsating flesh that's just covered in ears. And as it does that, you hear one of the Grunta scream. It rears back, and there's a crackling bit of pink and purple energy on their back as you notice a godstone embedded into their flesh, and black lines are growing all over it as its veins turn. You hear bones cracking and snapping inside it as it screams, and its eyes turn like that pink and purple of the astral realm. I would like you all to roll initiative.
Is this like the zombies?
Different, but similar.
Okay.
And this isn't like the flesh monster that we saw in like Paris' house.
As it's transforming and cracking and groaning, it sounds exactly like the flesh monster in Paris' house.
Fucking A. Okay.
Initiative.
17.
17.
26.
Oh, who's keeping initiative? Michael.
Oh, Michael! Yay! Thank you, Michael.
Man, 1 second.
Michael's the best. That was a 26 for you. Fucking hell, you're so crazy with initiative.
Hell yeah.
Nira gets she gets a 19. She does all right.
Oh, admirably.
And the Grunta will all go on 9. So you can all act first.
Okay, sorry. Who got what now?
So she rolled a 19. Kelly rolled a 26, I think Rena rolled. Yeah. And Doro rolled a 16.
17.
And then the Grunta rolled a 10.
First to act, Rena.
So the Grunta were like, is it in a pen?
They all are in pens,
Okay.
But these pens are not normally made for Grunta. So they as they begin to shuffle and move, it doesn't look like they're going to be constrained for long. And the one that just roared back and yelled is turning all black as those black veins are shooting through its body. It lands on its gate and just crushes it.
So she's gonna take her first action as her first arrow, and she's gonna fire an entangle arrow on the Grunta that has the or the thingy, the godstone in it or whatever.
You can also see 2 others, by the way, beginning to transform. So there appears to be 3 of them in total.
18 to hit.
Okay, 18 hits.
Cool. And then it acts like the entangle spell.
Okay, so entangle, it's a strength save. So what is your divinity modifier?
Let's see. My divinity score is a 16, so my modifier is a 3.
Okay. All right, I'm going to roll strength. And I rolled a 19. So you do hit it. Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay, so I got a 4 for damage.
Okay, so its hide is thick. The arrow doesn't bury itself as deep as you thought it would. I mean, you've struck it, you've clearly drawn blood, but it doesn't seem that phased, and the vines that wrap around it are quickly snapped as it rears back, because it's pretty strong and pretty large.
Okay, so she has an extra attack, so she's just going to do that again. So we're trying to get...
Vines!
Vines.
Ah!
Oh, God. Okay, and that was a 30 to hit. And then...
That absolutely hits. That 100%. We're dead in between the eyes. That hits.
And that is a 6 for damage.
All right, so you put 2 arrows right next to each other. The vines burst out. I'm going to roll again for him. This time he rolls a natural 20 on strength, so those vines don't stand a chance. He's just tearing through them. But you've hit him twice, and he is bleeding and angry, so well done.
Okay, and then she's trying to move to, like, a corner. She wants to be able to, so she gets vantage point on, everything.
Imagine you've walked into this long barn. There are rows of Grunta on either side of you and then Grunta in the front of you. So the only way you'd have to move back towards the entrance to have your back covered, basically.
I don't want to be... Okay, so how far away is the entrance from me?
About 50 feet.
I don't want to have my back to the open because my brain is just Tiago's here.
You either have your back to the open or if you have your back to Granta.
I'll have my back to Granta, but Rena tries to look for one that might not be possessed by the weird flesh monster.
There are several that aren't possessed. So there's about a dozen of them in total. The ones that aren't possessed are freaked out by the ones that are and are trying to get away. So it looks like a stampede is going to start on their turn.
Rena tries to stand in between like two of the gates. Like, you know, like so like if they both popped open, she would be like standing like in the middle of the two of them.
Nira is trying to calm the animals. So she's over on one side, like with the one she was taking care of, like do not worry, calm, do not be angry. And she's trying to get them under control. So she's going to roll animal handling. All right, she rolled a 19. So she is calming the one in front of her. But she's not able to calm the others. Doro, what are you doing?
Just one quick question, real quick. I don't have any of my divinity stuff on my character sheet, so how do you figure out the role to do stuff with your power? What is it?
You can teleport whenever you want, but because you have that down by now. If you tried to teleport other people or other things, then you'd have to make a roll. But as far as moving, you can teleport 90 feet whenever you want in any direction as your movement.
Divinity score though is 10 plus your proficiency plus your whatever your modifier is for whatever your divinity comes from.
I think for travel it's Dex, right?
Yeah, it was wisdom for a while, but we decided that was silly because it didn't make sense.
It didn't make any sense. Yeah.
And that means because
except
we're
for
level
knowing your direction.
8, it should be did our proficiency bonus go up or no?
I think it's still plus 3.
Mine says 3.
Yeah, so it's plus 3 and then plus your Dex, which is plus 4 or plus 3.
Mine says plus 7.
Your no, that's your dexterity save. What does it say underneath Dex?
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Plus 4.
Plus 4. So you have you roll 10 plus 7 whenever you roll your divinity.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So how many Granta are infected?
3 are definitely infected. The rest just seem freaked out.
How many are not infected?
About 12. And only one of them seems under control right now.
Is the light still up in the rafters?
Yeah, so that arrow just stuck to the roof and is shining bright light down, and you can very clearly see this sack of ear flesh. It's about 3 feet wide to about 1 foot wide. It tends to change shape, but it's about that size.
But it's like a ball of ears?
It's like a ball of ears, yeah, basically. All stuck to each other, all fused together.
Can I comfortably, pretty efficiently just teleport up there next to the thing?
Easily. Right up in the rafters.
Yeah, so I want to get within, I definitely want to get within 5 feet of that thing.
Yep, done.
And then I want to pull out my Thunderstone and slam it on the ground right next to it.
Oh, dear. Okay, so you pull this little Thunderstone out, and you just slam it into the rafter, and it creates a thunder wave out of it. The ears scream as you burst 2-3 dozen eardrums all at once. Blood starts to ooze out of it as it kind of deflates, flops over, and falls to the ground, seemingly dead? Seemingly. Hard to know if it was alive, but if it was alive, it appears dead.
Good. Well, I mean, some part of me likes to believe that was a piece of Cyril, so there.
It was. Excellent. He's not going to be happy about that because he was definitely listening, so that did suck for him.
I kind of wish I could take it with me and wear it like a badge of honor.
Well, I guess you could. That's weird. Is there anything
like a
else?
Hat. I want to make a hat out of it.
Is there anything else Doro can do in that round?
No.
Okay.
That's it. I just wanted to hurt him. I can't. There's no way I can CC these giant things. What am I supposed to do? So just get out of the way. Maybe better capable people can handle it.
Well, you did handle whatever this was. Unfortunately, a thunder bolt basically was the last thing these Granta really needed to freak out. So on their turn, they're going to stampede. All the ones that are healthy, break down their doors, charge out. Rena, you are just in the middle as 2 of these guys charge right next to you. Nira is still able to control the largest one in front of her, but the others charge past and all storm towards the entrance in a herd of about a dozen. Thank you for joining us for Season 6, Episode 1, Countdown, Part 1. We are busy recording and editing the next chapter of Godsfall, and you can listen to Season 6, Episode 2 right now at patreon.com/Godsfall. We'll see you next time in the world of the Five Kingdoms. My name is Aram, my pronouns are he, him, and welcome back to Godsfall. In order to move Godsfall to a game we record virtually, we've had to invest in audio gear for all of our players. We really need to recoup some of our expenses to keep the show going throughout the entire season. For $5 a month, you'll get access to a bunch of original stories, art, maps, my complete DM's notes, and early Godsfall releases, including the first 4 episodes of Season 6. Check us out at patreon.com/Godsfall. If you want to donate to the show, you can do so at paypal.me/Godsfall or ko-fi.com/Godsfall. If you cannot afford to donate, don't worry. We'd love for you to leave us a review to help get the show in front of more people. To find all the places you can support and review Godsfall, head over to doesitroll.com/support. Please enjoy Season 6, Episode 2, Countdown, Part 2, and listen to the next episode right now at patreon.com/Godsfall.
My name is Michael. My pronouns are he, him. I play Zion Preeton, the newly arisen god of force.
My name is Doug, and my pronouns are he and him, and I play Doro Knot, the newly arisen god of travel.
My name is Joe. My pronouns are he, him, and I play Lord Haldir Loran, the newly arisen god of war.
My name is Kelly. My pronouns are she, her, and I play Rena Falaval, the arisen god of luck.
And we're going to jump over to Zion and Para, who are sitting in your guys' shared room. You have a balcony, so he's kind of like walked out there and sat in one of these like wooden chairs, and he's got like a blanket around him because it's getting to be night and it's cold and he's tired, right? Because he hates it when it's night. But he's sitting there and he just looks sad. Zion, he just it's not the usual Para.
Well, he's been in a foul mood for some time, and I understand why. But
yeah, well, yeah, because his whole family got made into a monster that attacked him. That's gonna be a bad day.
Right,
it's gonna be a bad day.
Right,
yeah.
And Zion, while very intelligent and all that stuff, does not necessarily have the greatest like emotional quotient to be able to deal with this kind of thing. And also, he's slightly miffed at Para because he'll get over it, and he's not ever going to say anything out loud, but it's his fault that he's down one battery.
And he has made really good friends with this Hull deer.
Right. Who's got something coming to him. I guess I would come over next to him and, do you want to talk about it? Are you okay?
There's another chair right next to him. He just kind of nods and points over to the chair. And then as soon as you're sat down, he kind of like drags his chair over and just leans against you, just puts his head on your shoulder. And he's always incredibly warm. So it's nice. It's kind of a cool night. And he just kind of lays there quietly.
Well, I think it best not to say anything. So I'm just going to sort of sit there and be there for him and, sort of sit in our own thoughts or whatever. It's
almost kind of nice. I mean, you guys have been on the run for so long. You haven't had really time just to sit. And even when you do, everyone's around. Like, this is the first time you two have just been alone in a long time. And you're on the balcony. It's a beautiful night. There's all this music and happiness happening all around you. It's kind of pretty great.
All right. Well, I put my arm around him and watch the sunset.
Aw. Yeah, so you guys sit there. Oh, roll for cute.
Oh, natural 20.
So you guys sit there for a while, and it's quiet and fun, and there's music and revelry. There's a lot of noise, but you're about 2 stories, maybe 3 stories up, right? So it's far enough that it's kind of a din. It's not overwhelming, and you listen for a while, and then the noise changes, and there's what sounds like thunder that's getting louder, and you can start to hear screams and yelling.
What was that?
You can tell what direction this is coming from, and you see people on the main street, that goes right in front of your hotel, starting to run in this direction. As that's happening, crackling pink and purple energy starts to appear in the room behind you.
Okay, I activate my god powers to look at the pink light.
Your eyes are covered in lenses of that pink and purple energy. As you turn to look, it is a tremendous amount of temporal magic that's happening in front of you right now, and it's growing to fill the room. And you can hear a roar of water, and suddenly, in the middle of the room, you see Caitlin and Haldir fall as if they fell through the ceiling, except they came with several thousand gallons of water that have a lot of downward force. They appear in the room and simply explode the doors and walls outward. I need everyone to roll dexterity, including Haldir and Caitlin. Para rolled a 10. Poor Para.
Oh no, I'll catch him.
19.
Ugh, I rolled a 6.
Ooh.
You guys are taken a little bit by surprise, which is understandable.
Right.
No one expects 1,000 gallons of water to appear in front of them. And Caitlin rolled a 4. So Caitlin is washed through the wall and into the hotel. Haldir, you just land perfectly on the bed. The water crashes all around you, but you don't actually get sent anywhere. Zaid and Para, you see them appear, and then a wall of water crashes through the balcony and sweeps you to the ground below.
I would activate my shield.
You don't even hit the ground. You just get blown out, but you're able to catch yourself in midair and float back up. And you just see Haldir standing in a ruined and very wet room, dressed oddly. How are you dressed right now, Joe?
It's like the suit with I think it's a higher collar, but black and sleek. Is that right?
Just with a hemline,
Yeah,
right?
right.
And then
Yeah.
six buttons along the front of it.
So yeah, he thought it was really cool in 1995. Whatever.
Exactly. Yep.
Right. Well, at this point, I'm just looking for that frickin' battery. So
He just
Poking
blew
out of
up
his
a
pocket.
room with 5,000 gallons of water, and that's the only question you have for me.
That is the only
I'm
question I
also
have.
the god of the ocean.
Well, no, this does not at all surprise me. This is, after all, a Tuesday. So,
In our world?
That noise is still growing louder, and people are screaming. There's also people in the street in front of you screaming because 5,000 gallons, 2,500 gallons of water just spilled out on top of them. So a bunch of people got washed against the walls. Some of the food carts got turned over.
Right.
So people in general are in chaos around
but
you.
beyond this, I don't see any direct threat as far as beasties attacking.
You can now see the Granta. So this stampede of a dozen Granta have turned the corner. If at the speed they're going, they're maybe 4 rounds away, and they're charging towards the heart of the city. The whole market lies out in front of you, so thousands of people are about to be in danger.
Okay. Well, first I would reach out to Caitlin. Say, "Are you okay, Caitlin?"
And Caitlin is she's on the bar, laid out, and water has crashed all the tables to the side. The patrons are in chaos, and she's just giggling, and she sits up and she gives you a big thumbs up.
Let's find out what's happening. And so I move out the door, sort of holding Para's hand, making sure he's coming with me and that he's okay.
Sure. Well, you guys are currently flying, so you're gonna go. He's gonna go wherever you want to go.
Right. Well, then we'll fly outside, and not caring one bit if anybody thinks this is weird or whatever. I don't care.
Sure.
I'm totally in God pride,
Yep.
So and fly my way outside to see what the hell's going on.
You see a dozen Granta with these big blue stripes painted on them, looking very panicked and charging this way. And you've seen animals charge before. You've seen horses charge, and these things are much larger. So that does seem a concern. The other concern you see is that people are running one direction. They're running from the west to the east along this main road. There's some sellers of carts and things like that. Melon cart lady is 100% down there and is trying to move her melon cart out of the way. The other thing you see, though, is about a dozen Kadarian soldiers charging up the other way with a very large covered wagon. So there's a dozen Kadarian soldiers coming from the east. There's a dozen Granta coming from the west. And they look like they're going to converge at some point, probably right in front of your hotel.
Huh. All right. Well, with Para in hand, I will fly to the top of the hotel, whatever it is, and perch myself up on the roof to sort of get a better look, but also not be anywhere near where these soldiers are or Granta are going to run into each other.
Okay, so as you float up to the roof, basically, to like the very, very top of the roof, it's about a 6-story building. Caitlin comes running back into the room. Haldir, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Oh, you're fine. You're not even wet. And she laughs.
Not even wet.
Where'd they go?
Where did who go?
You did see Zion and Para very clearly, surrounded in divinity, float out of your window and up to the top. Yeah.
So I think outside. I don't know. Like it's very.
She grabs your hand and she runs out to the balcony.
And like I don't know Haldir doesn't know how much time has passed.
Correct.
Like he doesn't know if it's been. I think it was 3 days.
You were in the future for 3 full days. Yep.
3 full days. So he doesn't know what, like, it's time has passed, a little disoriented after falling down into a bedroom with like all this water.
Sure. You jumped into
really
a giant well and then appeared in a bedroom. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you do recognize it right away as the room they were all staying in. And you can see the wall blown out next to it that shows your ruined room right next door.
So I want to, as we're walking out of the room, like I would have expected, I would have expected those two to come up and try and speak to me, Zion to say something. I guess I probably saw them talk to Caitlin and they just bounced. So I'm like, okay, so something else is probably happening. I'm
not ready to talk to you yet, buddy.
Silent.
As you two run out onto the balcony, you can clearly see what's happening as well. There's a dozen of these giant Granta charging down this road in front of you, and a dozen Kadarians with a huge covered wagon charging up the other way.
So I look at Caitlin and I say, "Was this you?"
She goes, "Nope. This is none of me. This is definitely them. But we're back, and I know exactly when we're back because I understand time because of the dream world, and we're back right, like this is like an hour. Like an hour ago we left, and now we're back."
Okay.
And those are Granta. Wow, those are big. Oh, and those are Kadarians. That's hi, Zion. And she like looks up and sees you on the top and waves. There he is.
So we are standing in the middle of the street, about to be converged on.
No, you guys are like on a balcony, so you're about two stories up and above. So she ran back up into the room, and you guys are in this blown out room. There's a couple people you can hear coming up the stairs behind you, probably trying to figure out what happened. And you're seeing these two forces converge and all these people panicking. Zion, as you're paying attention and you're looking towards the Kadarians, they're definitely being led by your brother Foza.
Go, go, go! Okay.
That's interesting.
Well, does he have a different haircut?
He does. It's a little bit longer and swept back, right? Yeah. So it's
nice.
Also, there's a prominent scar above his right eyebrow that he didn't have. So he's taking some hits. And let's do this. Since we're about to get into a giant battle, as I jump back to Rena and Doro, let's take a 5-minute break to hit a bathroom, grab some water, and then come back and let's kill everyone. Do you want more of the best role-playing podcasts you have ever heard? Then check out our new TTRPG podcast network, Does It Roll?
That's a 9 force damage.
Wow, okay. Ooh. Your Eldritch Blast just explodes the throat away. The body just lies there, black ooze spraying out.
We are the official home of Wizards of the Coast Rime of the Frost Maiden game, and we have several adventures already posted for you to enjoy. You can check us out weekly on Twitch at twitch.tv/doesitroll, or check out the podcast versions at doesitroll.com. Let's jump back then to Rena and Duck. You guys just saw the Granta have now stampeded out, except for the three around you that are clearly menacing you. They are going after you, as opposed to the others that have run away. So, Doug, you're in the rafters, right?
Yes, up where the blob was.
Yeah, they can't get to you, so they're not going to attack you, but they are going to try and attack Rena and Nira. So they'll attack Nira. I should have made her name like just the opposite of yours. So they're going to try and attack. All right, so one of them comes barreling out past you, Rena, and slams into Nira and sends her like 10 feet back and crashing into like some hay barrels.
Yo!
This comes like end over end. And she takes 16 points of damage as she is just rocked. She looks okay. She rolls onto her feet and kind of like spits out some blood. So she's not down, but she took a pretty hard shot. One of the other ones, Rena, goes for you and charges you.
Am I allowed to use my, like, this is an opportunity attack against me, right?
No, this one's just attacking you.
Oh, okay.
Does a 19 hit you? Okay, so you get struck too, and you're going to take 12 points of damage. It barrels past. You're able to roll out and not get trampled, but you're knocked a good 4 or 5 feet to the side. It feels like being hit with a very large club.
I'm not, like, prone, though. I'm just, like, knocked over.
Yeah, you're just, like, knocked backwards, and this thing is now charged past you and is, like, rearing around. But it takes it a while. Like, it needs a wide circle. It's a big, like, a pickup truck. You have to really crank that wheel to get that guy around. So whose turn is it, Michael? I believe it's Rena's, right?
Yeah, it's Rena's.
Didn't you say there's 3 Granta? Only 2 have attacked.
There are 3 of them. Only 2 of them attack. One of them is basically doing little mad stompy circles underneath where Doro is, but can't. Yeah.
I don't know. Is there like, I know there's like the gates, but is there like a big like fencing around the whole like area, or is it just like? Because I'm imagining it's like a pavilion to a certain degree.
So there are a series of pens, and they're all interconnected with these large barns, and they just form different staging areas. But the one you're in right now is the show barn. Every day, multiple times a day actually, there are parades of these animals through the towns during the festivals. And the next one up was gonna be the Granta. So they were in this barn ready to go. Once you go out that door, it's a straight shot downtown. And that's where they're heading right now.
Okay. So, could I use, like, my action to try and, like, flip up into the rafters?
Oh, yeah, totally. So just roll me an acrobatics.
Okay. Let's see.
You're good at this. You've done a lot of, like, rooftop shit. So
I do like the rooftops. Hold on.
Yeah.
I got 20.
Yeah, so you get up onto a hay barrel, bop off a ladder, and pow, you land like maybe like one rung away from Doro. So you two are looking at each other now from about 30 feet apart.
Okay, and then are there more of those like the flesh things like in the corners?
No, so that seemed to be the only one. At least there's no other crackling energy around you. There just seemed to be that one sack of ears.
Okay.
What you can see is that the 3 Granta have now turned. The angry ones have turned, and they're moving towards Nira.
Okay. So I'm gonna try and I'm gonna sharpshoot, and I'm gonna try and shoot for the Godstone.
Okay, so you're gonna shoot for the one on its back.
Yeah.
All right. I would like you to roll to hit.
I got an 18, but it's -5, so it's 13.
Oh, so you're doing the plus 10 damage?
Yeah.
13 still hits. That's fun.
Oh, hell yeah.
Rita just pulls back until her bow is straining, and then
Okay, and that's 15 points of damage.
and it knocks it out of that little flesh pocket that was built for it, and it goes clattering to the ground. As soon as it does, the black veins begin to fade, and the Granta kind of woozily stumbles to the side and then collapses onto its side unconscious. Still breathing, but it's out. It's out cold. The other two don't seem affected by that at all. They're still going to attack Nira, but as they are, the Granta she was taking care of that isn't affected has now turned and is facing off against them. So it's about to be 2 Grantas against 1 Granta and 1 Nira.
Okay, well, I have a second attack, so we're gonna try this again.
Nice.
We're gonna do sharpshooter again. So we are gonna. Oh, this is definitely gonna hit. This is. Oh god. Okay, 26 minus 5, so 21.
That is 100% going to hit.
Yeah. And then the damage is 14.
It knocks it right out. So you have 2 of these glowing godstones. They have these like black veins inside of them that look like they grew out of the creature and into the gems, and those are still inside of them, and they're glowing with like a purple and pink energy, but it's got a tinge of green to it. It's this weird kind of sickly infected tinge.
And they're not like trying to get to another like beast. They're just like laying on the ground.
Right. Yeah. They're not growing out. Okay. They're just sitting there.
I'm not like they're not like growing tendrils and being like, I'm gonna go.
Oh, no, that'll be in the upgrade. So the other Granta collapses to the ground, and then these two just are gonna charge each other.
Look at Doro and I say, aim for the stone.
All right, Nira.
So Nira is going to tumble out of the way of these Grantas. They both are going to charge into each other. So that's what she's doing. She's spending her round getting the fuck out of the way.
Okay, Doro.
I give Rena a thumbs up. Good job, Rena! After she shatters the second crystal, basically.
Yeah.
I'm going to teleport onto Nira's shoulders.
Okay.
And teleport her up to the rafters.
Oh, okay. Excellent. So you're going to teleport and then teleport again.
Yeah.
All right. So what do you say when you appear on her shoulders?
Hold on.
So you teleport her onto the beam. She's rather large, so I'm gonna have her roll a dexterity save. But when she rolls a 15 plus 5, so that's fine. So she appears, immediately drops to her knees and grabs the beam because she's afraid of heights. And you just put her 30 feet up in the air, and she's like, what? And then she's watching as these two things just slam into each other and start battling. While that's happening, you all can hear screaming that is growing louder from the downtown area as this stampede is charging. And speaking of which, we're going to flip the camera over to Haldir and Zion and Para and Caitlin as you all are seeing these. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. Back with you guys for a second. Oinkers is also... No, you sent Oinkers...
To look after... I sent Oinkers to watch over Armiel.
Perfect. Okay, so that's what Oinkers is doing. As far as the rest of you, you are now seeing this stampede coming towards downtown, and if it gets there, it's definitely going to kill a bunch of people. And you're seeing the Kadarian soldiers charge up with a huge wagon from the other side. And Zion, you just recognize that unit seems to be led by your brother Foza.
Right. Okay, looking at this from the rooftop, do I see any Seeker Stones in the possession of the Kadar?
Yes, so there is definitely at least 2 Seekers along with the Kadarians.
Okay.
And you haven't seen Seekers in a long time.
Yeah.
But these are full
5 seasons
Seekers.
ago. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
But, okay, well, time to flex a little bit, I guess.
Yeah.
Because we're not playing anymore,
why
kids.
not?
We're not playing.
That's right.
So, you wanted to see a god? I'll show you.
More.
So, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to reach out with my divinity and clasp those Seeker Stones and raise them into the air toward me.
Okay, so how far is your range right now on your
Sight.
reach? Like, how far can you reach? I don't think it's sight. I think you have a reach on yours. I think there's a range, right?
Wasn't it like 120 feet?
Because sight could be like, yeah, because you can't like look through a telescope and affect something a mile away. So I'm betting about 120 feet. So you're right at that range. So they're coming into that'll be perfect. So you want to grab their staves and pull them out of their hands.
Yes.
So roll me a d20 plus 6, and I'll roll strength for them. They got a 6, so this is probably going to be easy.
Yes.
22.
Yeah. So they didn't see it coming. All of a sudden, their staves are just yanked out of their hands, and they are startled as those 2 staves fly into the air. You're now floating in the air. Pink,
No, we're on top of the
purple energy.
No, we're on top of the roof.
Perfect.
We
All right,
landed
so
on
they
top
might
of the
not
roof
know
now.
it's you. Yeah, they just see their staves fly into the air. What are you doing with the staves? Are you pulling them towards you? What are you doing with them?
Yeah, and they can totally recognize me. I don't really care now. They're
Perfect.
flying to my hands. I want to grab
Excellent. All right. So I would say that this round ends as pink and purple energy swirls around Zion with these two spear shafts just slamming into his hand. And as soon as they do, those godstones erupt with purple and pink energy, shining like a beacon as he's standing on top of this hotel, and thunder cracks in the background.
them. As an extra action, if you don't mind, I'd like to use my force energy to cause the seeker stones to crumble in my hands.
Yes. Oh, sure. They can explode if you pump energy into them. So you pump force energy into them, and they just explode like two little, pearlescent bombs above you.
Wait, you can make that. Oh.
Oh no, but see, I use them as shattered stuff. That's how I use them anyway. So that's
you
fine.
just have to collect the powder. Yeah.
Right.
So you blow these two up. Para looks a little startled, and he's like, I got the Grunta. And he creates a wall of fire across the main road that forces the Grunta to take a side road. Now, that's still a problem. This is just the trolley a problem. There's still people in the way, but less people, however, in a more contained area. So that's going to have to be taken care of quickly. But he has gotten them out of the main road and away from the melon cart lady.
Oh, nice.
Oh, thank God.
What are you doing, Haldir?
This is all very interesting. I guess is this the first time I've really seen the force powers and the
You saw a little bit of it when you were fighting that big force. So
right.
everyone used their powers. I think that this is about what everyone did before too. But Zion is showing a lot of power and a lot of control over that power.
Yeah. They seem to have it handled. So I think
You're not
best thing to do at this point.
You're gonna peace out, go get a coffee or something.
Well, I mean, there's still a bunch of people that are now in trouble behind you, and there's also like again a dozen Kadarians headed this way.
Be care.
So there are things happening. You don't have to do it. You could just sip tea and look at them. I mean, that is a very Haldir thing to do.
Here's the thought process, right?
People.
Doing anything with these big, what'd you call them again? The
Grunta.
The Grunta.
Yeah. Problematic.
So we are basically now, I've discovered, a few days ago, I guess, in my time, that we as a group of people are the only thing that stands between basically the destruction of the world, chaos reigning. So anybody that does anything to intentionally put themselves in danger, even to save innocent people, is extremely irresponsible.
Okay, yeah.
What the
All
fuck
right.
are you doing? The world will die if you die.
Right. So
we need it.
fuck
We need
these
our entire
people.
power.
Stop working about small things.
It is like you said,
Yikes.
the trolley problem, just on a much larger scale.
No, that's completely
So,
valid. I see what you're saying. So you would just sit there?
As far as the Grunta go, not all that concerned. As far as the Kadarians go, is a little bit more of an issue. But at this point, I don't see much for me to do. It seems like that Zion's got this.
All right, since you're just observing, I would like you to roll perception.
Tiago comes out of nowhere, stabs you in the back.
Oof, not good. 9.
You're looking around and just not that concerned, and I like that. You're also not wet like the others are. You weren't.
That's right.
You weren't affected by the explosion of water, so you just casually walk out onto the balcony, look up at Zion, look down at the Kadarians, look over at the Grunta, shrug, and just wait. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's about right.
And the wall of fire.
Perfect. Right, and the wall of fire.
Huge wall of fire.
Yeah. Well, interesting.
Okay.
Sip. Right. Okay. So Caitlin sees all this and she's like, that's smart. You wait here. You'll have a vantage point with your guns. And then she folds in on herself, right? She seems to turn inside out and fold in on herself. And there's darkness and then nothing and she's gone. Everyone roll initiative.
Are Doro and I we're still off, right? Or are we?
You guys are still in your own thing, so
Yeah,
I'll
you're in
jump
a
back
separate
to you in a minute. Yeah, this is all kind of happening at the same time at this point, just in different locations.
Do you want us to roll initiative for when we would come in, or no?
Whenever you are added, whenever you get here, we'll just add you into the initiative because dice are magical and if you rolled at the right time.
16 for me.
16 for Haldir. Paying attention, but disinterested.
I just imagine he's like Michael was earlier. Oh, just a Tuesday,
Okay, Para.
Para got a 14. He's now focused. Whenever Parrot uses fire, he has to stay focused.
I'd hope so.
Okay, Caitlin.
Caitlin gets a 8. She is a little distracted, as she tends to be.
Grunta.
A 17.
And Kadarians.
A 19.
First to act. Kadarians.
Your brother shouts for everyone to stop. I would think he would recognize you. So he sees you, his mouth drops open, he shouts for all of his men to stop, and then shouts again, and they pull the tarp off the wagon. Inside the wagon, hunched down and folded over, is a stone construct that on command rises up as purple and pink energy crackles all along it, steps out of the wagon, and begins to stomp up the road towards where you are.
Okay. Nifty.
Wait, let's go drop it in the lake.
Grunta.
Okay, the Grunta are tearing through this alleyway. They just want to keep running. So I'm going to have them roll strength. Okay, so they got a 27, which means that
Murder. Carnage.
Yeah, they are just destroying. There are carts on the side. People are able to run into the doorways and get out of the way, but they are decimating everything in that alleyway. That alleyway is eventually going to loop them around the hotel and right back out onto the main road. So you haven't stopped them. You have 2 rounds where they're occupied before they're a threat to everyone again.
What an awful alleyway. Who made this
Well,
alleyway?
it's just like a little access road, behind a hotel where they'd take all the shipments, so they're not bringing stuff in through the front door. That's all that this is.
Haldir.
Stone construct is a little bit more concerning.
It also looks different from any stone construct you've ever seen. And as you stare at it, and you can see these ruins that are carved all along it, definitely dwarven, and they are pulsing with pink and purple energy, and there's clearly a pair of godstones in each of its eyes. These stone constructs are definitely Kadarian in design. They're the same ones that will drag their ships up those huge canals, right? But these have been modified, clearly by dwarves. And as you look among the numbers of the soldiers, there are 10 Kadarian soldiers, but there's 2 more dwarves with the Kadarian force, but clearly not Kadarian soldiers.
So can I roll some kind of is there a history arcana to be able to recognize these people, these things?
You roll either one, whichever one you want. You can go either way on that.
They're both the same.
Yeah.
I'll do arcana.
Okay.
Sounds good. 23.
You know that the dwarves of Golhadir work with Kadar. Kadar wants to get rid of everything that's not human and that's magical. That's their eventual goal. They're the Nazis, right?
Right, yep.
Golhadir are the dwarf Nazis. They basically believe in dwarven superiority. They don't want to get rid of things, but they think they should be in charge. So they have kind of teamed up to form a really awful pairing, and and frequently the dwarves of Golhadir, who have these giant lava forges, who are the ones that made Bane swords. They're the ones that make the Kadarian golems. Kadar takes all of these magical items that it gathers, gives them to the dwarves to then break down into their lava forges to make these stone constructs for them. That's not all Golhadir does with it, but that's what Kadar gets in return. And then whenever they usually do a military maneuver, it's usually the 2 of them working together. So you figure whatever's been done to these stone constructs was done by the dwarves of Golhadir. And those 2 dwarves that are with the Kadarians are definitely from Golhadir.
How far away are the Gauls from me, or the constructs?
About 100 feet away from you as they're setting up. Maybe another 50 because you were further back, so about 150 feet. Definitely close enough to shoot if that's what you're thinking about.
That is. Well, the question is which gun to use.
So you've got a Tommy gun, you've got a sniper rifle.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think if they're too close to the sniper rifle won't be useful. I don't really have a good mid-range weapon, if I'm being honest. I've got a
150 feet is pretty good for a rifle. That's yeah.
So I think what I want to do is summon a rifle, and I want to try and shoot out the eyes.
All right. So, Zaya, you can actually see this. Haldir's just standing on the balcony below you. You see Haldir raise his arms, And as he raises his arms in position to hold a rifle appears in his hand. It looks to you like a large crossbow without the band, but he's holding it the same way. It's got a trigger like a crossbow, but it doesn't have anything else. And he lines up, pulls a trigger. There is a crack of thunder as fire explodes out from the end of this thing. And Haldir, please roll to hit.
22.
22 hits it, so dead in the left eye. And there's like an explosion of dust, basically, as your bullet just rips right through that thing. And you see it kind of stumble back a few steps. Am I going to roll for the other eye?
Yep. 26.
Jesus. Okay, yeah, you
Because it's a +7 to hit, right? These are all +7s to hit. Yeah.
shoots and then pulls this like metal lever on it, pulls it back, ejects a piece of metal out of this thing, slams it back home, fires again. The other eye explodes. You didn't see an arrow leave. You didn't see a projectile leave. Something's happening, but it's happening so fast, Zion, you can't see it with your naked eye. Both the eyes of this thing explode 150 feet away. It stumbles. It doesn't stop moving, but all the glowing glyphs that were happening all along it fade and go inert.
Should I roll for damage?
Oh yeah, you should totally roll for damage.
Okay.
Roll twice, please.
And Michael, like, or Zion's just sitting there staring at it like, I want it.
So,
Well, I mean,
I
I'm
do-
not at all surprised by any of this. I'm assuming it's magic.
Yeah.
So
I do 2 die 10 plus 4. So the first one was 20. And then the second one was 9.
Again, both stones clearly explode, and you can see the bullets impacting inside the skull, and there's little puffs of like stone as like there's cracks forming on the back of its head. You've done damage. It's not down, but you've certainly wounded this thing greatly. Jesus Christ.
I think my turn's over.
What did I do? What did I do? What did I do giving you these guns? All right, who's next?
all right, then Para.
All right, so Para's going to try and form a second wall of fire and keep them under control. He can make one wall of fire pretty easily. Making two at the same time is not something he can usually do. He was unable to hold the second wall up. He made the first wall, but he had to drop the other one. So the Granta have now stopped, and they're facing a wall of fire, and they're in like this kind of area, and they start to smash against the walls and bust into them, and one of them crashes through the wall and enters the inn.
Sorry, neighbors. All right, Caitlin, if she's around. I don't know.
Yeah, so Caitlin she has appeared at ground level in the middle of all the chaos and is like on the other side of the wall of fire, and she's like, sleep, and she points at one of them, and the Granta looks at her and then just right down. Yes, sleep, and she's like just like going through and starting to put all the Granta to sleep.
What do I see as far as the Kadarians are concerned? I'm not so worried about the Granta.
They've all kind of formed up a like unit right behind it. So your brother's leading. They're all like in a V behind this statue as it's progressing forward. All of them have pulled out crossbows and are like getting ready to. They're basically advancing in a line and getting ready to shoot.
Okay, in that case, I am going to pull up a shield wall between me and all of those people, and I'm going to save it as a free action at any point to shoot out if I want to. I've done this before, but
so for right now, you're protecting you and Para.
Right.
Is that what you're doing?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Excellent. So if they fire arrows at you, you can catch them.
Right. Okay.
Excellent.
Next to act, Kadarians.
All right. So the Kadarians fire, and you are the clearest target, and you see Foza give the command to fire at you.
Fair enough.
But they all get caught.
I cry a little forced tear.
Motherfucker's got a job to do, and as far as he's concerned, you two are destroying the town. I mean, that's how he's interpreting this.
Yeah, he started it. Whatever.
He doesn't know that. He doesn't know that. He has no idea. He just sees walls of fire exploding with your goddamn son boyfriend.
I'll rise him into the air and say, "Stop!"
You could. You could.
I know I
you
could,
snatch
but I'm
him
not
right out of
going
the air
to.
and do it.
I'm not
All right.
going to.
So they fire their crossbows into your shield. Your shield absorbs how do we figure this out? So it absorbs X points of damage per level. You're at level 8 now. So it's got to absorb like 80 points of damage or something, right?
Yeah.
No, it's your hit points. It's your hit points as the shield. So how many hit points do you have?
42.
Okay, so that shield can take 42 points of damage before it falters. They all fire crossbows at you. They just like strike this invisible wall in front of you, shatter, and fall away, and you don't even blink.
I get all Neo and shit. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. The soldiers look at each other and then look to Foza.
Are they done, or is that golem going to try to move?
He gave an order. They fired. They're still advancing behind this golem who will be in the area of the hotel next round.
Gotcha. Okay. Then next to act is Granta.
The Granta are falling asleep or like bumping into each other. Caitlin's got them taken care of, except for the one that broke into the bar, which is now going crazy and busting up the inn behind you and threatening several people who will probably die if not aided.
Okay, well, we'll worry about that later. Haldir.
Well, by we mean not Haldir. Haldir, what would you like to do?
Correct.
Haldir's just placing bets on who dies first.
Sorry, village.
My own personal little betting system. I win either way. So I think the construct. How close is it now? So it was like 100.
It'll be here next round. Now you're still 2 levels up. You are still on this balcony, so you're out of the thing's reach, but it'll be here within 2 rounds.
I think.
I can't believe you shut out both its eyes.
I want to try and shoot it again with the sniper rifle.
Hell yeah. It's close enough to hit it with the shotgun if you want to.
Oh, so that was the question. If it's close enough to hit with the shotgun.
Sure is.
Let's do that.
You all would see Haldir simply drop this gun. It disappears into like pink and purple energy before it even hits the ground and lift his hands back up, and a new weapon has now formed in his hands.
Okay, so the first one was a 10.
You fire this gun, but the recoil on it, you weren't ready. Like it slams into your shoulder and pushes you back, and the whole weapon goes up into the air.
And then the second one is 18.
That definitely hits. You hit this thing square in the chest,
which is 13 damage.
You can hear it kind of take a ragged breath. It's still going, but it's definitely wounded.
Okay.
All right, well done.
All right, let's see. Para
lets down the fire to allow Caitlin in and is like controlling the fire so it's behind her so the Grantas can't get away, and is just helping her put them all to sleep.
All right, Caitlin.
Caitlin's putting them to sleep.
My turn.
Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. That's what she's doing. She can only get like 2 of them around, but she's going to get them all out.
I maintain my shield and with my pink and purple eyes stare down at my brother.
Okay. Do you want to say anything? He can hear you. He's in range.
I forgive you.
I don't. You helped them kill our brother. I'm going to cut from where you are and jump back over to Rena and Doro, who have just seen the Granta you just saw the Granta explode out and are now clearly running through the town, causing chaos. And you can see a lot of explosions. You can definitely see Zion's pink and purple energy going out, so you know that your dudes are fighting.
Wait, where's Rena? I thought she was still down on the ground.
No, she's up on the rafters.
I acrobat.
Oh, she's up there too.
Parkour.
I
and now she's
parkoured
up in the
my way up to the
rafters.
rafters. Since we're like low key out of combat, can I just aim for the last?
Totally.
I'll do my pullback thing or whatever. So hold on. 19 to hit.
That hits.
19 damage.
Knocks that gem out, and you see the creature kind of stumble as the gem is knocked out of it. The other Agranta, however, does not realize what has happened and just smacks this thing. So as it's kind of like out of it, Agranta just cracks it in the jaw, full head on, runs it over, knocks on onto its back, puts its big ass feet down, and just leans back and roars. As in its mind, it has defeated this other Granta.
I was like, I'm not concerned about that, but
it's my kill.
Cool.
Nira's just kind of like trembling and holding this beam, but is not very helpful to to you two.
Okay, so I want to like parkour down, and
Parkour.
I just jump in,
Yeah.
And then I want to grab I want to take I don't know, some cloth I have or something, and I want to get the 3 different things, and then knapsack them.
Get the 3 different things.
The Godstone
crystals.
The Godstone.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to touch them,
So
but I
you
want to
Right. You gather them all up. As you do, kind of get them into a cloth and get them into a bag or something, right? You can see that there's these little black tendrils that look like veins that are inside the stones, and they're pulsing as if there was still blood traveling through them as you gather them together.
Before I tie up the knapsack, can I just try and put some of my divinity toward it to kind of see just kind of what the pushback I get is when I put mine toward it.
Yeah, I would like you to roll your divinity.
All right, Doro, ready for me to just totally
experiment during combat, you mean?
It's a perfect time.
I rolled a 19.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you put a lot of your divine energy into it. It's incredibly easy. In fact, it feels like if you were to pour something into a glass, right? Imagine if in addition to the force of it being poured, there was a vacuum that got created. It just got sucked out of the bottle, much more than you expected to give. You immediately form a bridge with this crystal, and you can see everything. You can see how it was formed. You can see Cyril placing it inside this creature. You can know that they were there 3 days before, setting up this ambush for all you. And you know that the moment that trap went off inside of Para's family's home, that Cyril and the crew were alerted to what happened. And they've been here for 3 days. And for a moment, you can see exactly where Cyril is. And you can see Cyril on the rooftop across from across from Caitlin. And they're all Caitlin's on the ground putting these things to sleep. He's there, Tiago's there, and 2 other people are there. A woman in a red dress and a giant bird person that is perched on this floating bar that's just hovering in the middle of the air and has a giant weapon, and they're all focused on Caitlin.
Oh no, we got another God Squad.
Thank you for joining us for Season 6, Episode 2, Countdown, Part 2. We are busy recording and editing the next chapter of Godsfall, and you can listen to Season 6, Episode 3 right now at patreon.com/Godsfall. We'll see you next time in the world of the 5 Kingdoms. My name is Aram, my pronouns are he, him, and welcome back to Godsfall. In order to move Godsfall to a game we record virtually, we've had to invest in audio gear for all of our players. We really need to recoup some of our expenses to keep the show going throughout the entire season. For $5 a month, you'll get access to a bunch of original stories, art, maps, my complete DM's notes, and early Godsfall releases, including the first 4 episodes of Season 6. Check us out at patreon.com/Godsfall. If you want to donate to the show, you can do so at paypal.me/Godsfall or ko-fi.com/Godsfall. If you cannot afford to donate, don't worry. We'd love for you to leave us a review to help get the show in front of more people. To find all the places you can support and review Godsfall, head over to doesitroll.com/support. Please enjoy Season 6, Episode 3, Countdown, Part 3. And listen to the next episode right now at patreon.com/Godsfall.
My name is Michael. My pronouns are he, him. I play Zion Preeton, the newly arisen god of force.
My name is Doug, and my pronouns are he and him, and I play Doro Knot, the newly arisen god of travel.
My name is Joe. My pronouns are he, him, and I play Lord Haldir Loran, the newly arisen god of war.
My name is Kelly. My pronouns are she, her, and I play Rena Falaval, the arisen god of love.
Hello, my name is Doug, and I play Doro Knot, the newly arisen god of travel, for the Godsfall podcast. I'm also Doe, the survival horror game streamer on Twitch at twitch.tv/IMADOUGH. Do me a favor. I really need you to check out my channel. Together, we can make my Twitch community better. You know, give and bake. Again, that address is twitch.tv/IMADOUGH.
We gotta stop getting god squads that aren't ready to help us. I know I felt him for a second. Is there any way for me to push disadvantage on him through the connection?
Yes, 100% you can try and do that.
Okay.
So how does that work?
I don't know.
Does he have to roll? He must have a saving throw, right? I imagine it would be wisdom. So it'd have to be a 17?
Yeah.
All right. And he rolled a 14. So as he goes to give the command for everyone to attack Caitlin, apparently, he looks like he has a pain in his head, and he can feel you, and you see him like look up and look directly at you.
Yeah.
And he frowns and he closes his fist, and all of the stones explode. So I would like you to roll a dexterity save.
Oh man, 11.
All right, you fail, and you take 11 points of damage as these little bits of Godstone explode and embed into your flesh, and the little black tentacles suck into your body, and you can feel them spreading through your chest.
Oh boy.
No.
Now I would like you two to roll initiative to enter the initiative with everyone else.
All right, if y'all just need to knock me unconscious, that'd be great. Because I'm a menace.
Get it out.
So-
Get it out.
Put her in cryostasis. I'm assuming that Nira is just going to peace out at this point.
Yes. Nira is freaked and very, very concerned about she just lost her entire flock, and she got to collect her magic items. She's not had a good day.
She's also in the rafters still, just like having a moment.
And she's also terrified of heights and doesn't know how to get down. Yeah, exactly. So she's
perfect.
done.
Now I steal her treasure.
I know, that would be quite a shame.
Snatch it.
She's been so nice to you.
I jump down there and point up to her. You can't stop me now, can you?
She's too scared to respond.
Snatch it.
Are you really doing
This is
No, I don't do that. I'm
This is a
good.
friend of one of your dead clanmates.
Yeah, no, I don't do that. I'm chaotic good.
Right.
Do you take one thing?
No.
Okay. Okay. First to act is Dora.
Okay. So, Doro, you've heard all this screaming. You can clearly see that your friends are engaged in divine battle. What are you doing?
Did he see the things happen to me?
He definitely saw it explode and rip into your chest. He definitely saw that.
And I'm still me. Like, I still have my thoughts. I just feel like a thing in me.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
As Rena jumps down and starts to collect up these shard things, I yell from the rafters, "Stop! What are you doing?" And then she like,
Boom.
as she's collecting them, they fucking explode in front of her.
Yeah.
And I say, see, are you okay?
Yeah, she got knocked about 10 feet back. The whole front of her jacket is all torn up, and there are these stones embedded into her chest that are glowing.
But I can see that.
Yes.
Okay, so I teleport down to her, and I'm like checking over her, like, are you okay? What happened?
You see this black ichor inside these stones slip into her body, and you see like the front of her chest kind of ripple.
I don't think this is good.
Nope.
I'm gonna try to force it out of me. I don't know how this is gonna go.
Okay, I guess make a Constitution save.
Let's see. 5.
Aha.
Yeah,
Yikes.
whatever. Okay, you don't feel like you can stop these things. They are continuing to crawl and seemingly spread. You feel them in your shoulder, like everything feels a little achy as they're moving. So your chest felt achy, now your shoulders are feeling achy.
Okay, Doro, I want you to grab my hand, and we're gonna try and teleport these out of me.
What?
This needs to not be in here.
What? No! No, stop! Don't touch me!
You're like, you just, and then I take a godstone out, like a little piece I have, and I like throw it on the ground, and I go, put your divinity in that. Do it.
You can do that, Doro. You can put your divinity into that stone.
As she's like, at first she was like reaching to grasp towards me, and it's like, you have to use your divinity. And I'm like, I like jump back, like, don't touch me. And then she's like, oh wait, here. And she throws down the crystal, put your divinity in that. I'm like, okay. And I like touch it from a distance with my toe, like my foot, so I'm not reaching over to like get near her, and I do it.
So you throw your teleport ability into the stone.
Mm-hmm.
All right. This stone, he reaches out, touches it with his toe, puts his teleport ability into it, and you know it's worked because the stone vanishes and appears back in your hand.
Okay. So then now I'm gonna try and like bridge with it to try and like
roll a bridge. Yeah.
Out.
Roll me your divinity. This could go really well or very badly.
Okay, so this is a 19.
Yeah. All right. So what did you want to happen?
I want it to do like that kind of thing that like when it does, you know how I have like that shifty thing when I do like pathways? So I want it to like ripple, and then I want it to like go in different, like it has the different like phases, and then I just want it to like come out in like an orb of like ichor.
Cool. Yeah, you're able to do exactly that. You do kind of shift, and it does form this little ball of ichor inside the godstone.
I was gonna say, it was like the one I was holding. I was like, I want to like push it into there, and then be like, and then just like drop it and be like, okay.
Yep. And there is a little swirling ball of black inside that godstone at your feet.
I got it out. It's all good.
Well, technically, it's the Kadarian's turn before Rena's, but that worked well for the,
Yeah, that actually did work well. Okay. So then, as you guys are doing that, it's now the Kadarians?
Sure.
All right. They are continuing to fire at you, Zion, since you are a big, glowing purple target, basically, and your brother's pissed. So they're going to fire a bunch more. 3 more of them hit. And so take another 12 points of damage off of your shield as they, again, just explode against it.
Okay.
12 plus 9, right?
Yeah.
So 21 total.
Tink, tink, tink.
That was their turn. Your brother has now drawn a sword and run into the inn.
Isn't there also a boar in there?
Yes, who is now you can hear patrons screaming and people dying.
Well, have fun with that, Boza.
Right. Okay. Speaking of which, Granta. Oh, wait. We didn't ever put Team Bad God in the
Oh, right. Good point. I'm going to go all at once. It's just going to be easier.
Right.
So, because there's like 27 people in combat right now. Put them in at 13. So Granta is creating chaos. It looks like Caitlin's going to run into the inn, and Foza just ran into the inn. So that's who's in the inn right now.
Okay, Haldir.
The construct is here now, right?
Yes, directly below you.
And we not.
You're going to wait on it? All right. Excellent.
No, not yet. All right. No, I mean, like, because it's directly below. So how tall is this thing? Because we're 2 stories up, so we're like 20 feet up.
This thing is about 14 feet tall. So it gets the edge, it looks up at you, and its giant hand just slams right at the edge of your balcony, and its fingers just crunch into the railing.
Don't I have some ability to be able to look at like weakness points in a monster? Know thy enemy. As a bonus action, the God of War can study an opponent's mannerisms to gain a temporary advantages against them. Makes an insight check either against a creature's CR or their level +5. If successful, the god may choose an ability to gain against that creature.
I would like you to roll your insight as you stare into this thing's cracked face.
Oh, it's a natural one.
Yes.
I know nothing about this.
Yeah, it is inscrutable to you. You believe perhaps maybe if you were to jump on its back and hug it that you could gain control of it. But it seems risky.
I jump on its back. No.
Really?
No.
That'd be so out of all dare. Like, fuck it, I'm going
How
cowboy.
dude looks at it and he thinks maybe if I jump on its back, there's no way that's
No,
right.
that's not fast. Can't be right.
There's no way. I want to just shotgun it again in the top of the head. Well, a few things actually. Do I see because the God Squad sees Caitlin.
Correct.
Do I see them, the anti-God Squad?
Yeah. At this point, I would like you to roll perception. Like you're a little focused on the giant stone thing
Right.
coming for you, but let me see if you spot them.
13.
Yeah, I'll tell you what you do a spot. Because Balaam never tries to hide herself. She just fucking cocktail dress. So Balaam is now transforming into that giant red slod creature you saw before, and that certainly catches your eye. So in the alleyway is this huge hulking creature that must be Balaam, unless there's an exact duplicate of it here, who is now heading into the inn as well. So now it's going to be Caitlin and Foza and Balaam and Agranta in the end.
All right. Well, you know what? I guess finish what you started. I'm going to shotgun the thing in the head.
This thing is basically put a giant hand onto the balcony. It's looking directly up towards the balcony, and you just pop over maybe 4 feet from it, and you're going to unload into its face with a shotgun.
Yep. So the first one was a 20. The first shot was a 21 to hit.
21 definitely hits.
The second one was a natural 20 to hit.
Okay, so roll damage for the first one. For the second one, take max damage, then roll damage, then add your damage bonus on top of that.
And also damage.
And also have some damage.
15 for the first. 2d8 plus 4, which is 20 for the...
So 15 plus 20 is 35. Now roll again and add the damage bonus.
So plus 20, so 15 plus 20, then 12.
Something.
So 50, so 35, so 47 points of damage. Okay.
Oh my god.
That's 47.
Somebody's OP.
It's like killing a level 8 character.
You fire straight into its face. It cracks. You pump fire again. The head explodes. Crackling energy seems to fire alongside this creature as huge cracks appear in the stone and it just collapses. And goes completely inert.
All right, that's one down.
Fucking hell. Who's next?
All right, Para.
He's just been circling this fire until it encircled all the Granta, but Caitlin's put them all out. So then he turns and forms another wall in between you and the Kadarians so they can't fire at you anymore. He doesn't want to start throwing fireballs at him. He doesn't want to kill anyone. Para's still like,
Right, well, neither do I.
His power really has no, soft hit. It's either he'll burn you alive or he won't. So he's trying not to do that.
Right, Team Super Bad.
The order is given. Balaam transforms and charges inside. You'll hear Caitlin yell, and then you see Tiago Reese pull back his hood, transform from the melon cart lady, and charge into the room. The only person who can see him right now is you, Haldir, because you can you're looking down into the whole wall blew out. So you're actually looking down into the inn.
Oh.
You see Balaam charge in. You see Foza appear, pull his sword, and go to charge at this giant monster that appears to be menacing a small girl. You see Caitlin take a few steps back, but you just see Tiago sweep in,
Targeting system initiated.
wrap his arms around her, look right at you, nod, and vanish. As that happens, you see Cyril stand and nod, and he touches his forehead, and he vanishes. Then you hear a caw from across the way, and Bang Bang, who was sitting there, completely alive, touches his forehead, and he and his platform vanish.
Who's Bang Bang?
Bang Bang is a Kenku, so imagine a giant bird person, right? Who also has guns. And so that one vanishes as well. And the only one left is Balam, who is now engaged in combat with Foza, so can't teleport at that moment. But she looked like she wanted to get out of there too. And they all have the same kind of like headband, like a silver headband with a single god stone embedded in the middle of it. It's also got lights along it, like little, like it, as like if we saw it, you would think it was modern day. This is technology that's not from this era.
Okay, technically it's Caitlin's turn, but if she's out of action, then I guess it's my turn. Do I see any of that?
Definitely see the guy that was you. We definitely see that crow person who had one of these guns pulled out that looked just like one of the guns Haldir pulled out. Like whatever the weapon is he's got, this one's got one too. And it was standing on like this metal rod that was just suspended in the middle of the air. Right? You saw that guy vanish. You definitely saw Cyril stand up. You recognized him immediately, and then you saw him vanish, and that's all you saw.
Okay, so assuming that I don't see that woman or anything else going on then,
you did see your brother run into the inn. You did see that.
Well, I will reach out with my divinity using my god voice and say, "Run for your life," to the Kadarians.
I would like you to roll Intimidate. I'd like you to roll with advantage. Because I think at this point, I mean, they're hardened soldiers, but
I've been practicing this, I'm flying in the fucking air with a shield around me with their little pew pew little arrows like crunched at my feet.
There's only so much you can be taught, right? And then all of a sudden you're facing it, and it's like, wait a minute, no, I'm with you.
Okay, so with advantage, then that is a 21.
Okay, I'm gonna have them roll. See if they can keep their composure without their leader next to them.
And with their thing dropped to the ground in stone right now.
Yeah, they are panicked. I would say that they're running for cover now. So they spend this entire round running to the sides. They're not retreating. They're soldiers, but they're running to the sides of the alley to get cover. So they're not going to take any actions this round.
That they're not. Okay.
Well done.
All right, back to the top of the round. Doro.
Oh.
All right, so Doro, you can hear explosions and screaming and gunfire, even though you don't know what gunfire is, coming from where your hotel was.
And Rena's doing better?
And Rena seems to be fine. Like there's like her chest isn't moving. She doesn't seem to be as panicked, and she said she was okay. So, unless you want to roll a medicine, do you want to roll on medicine?
Nah.
All right.
She's okay now, so I teleport back up to the rafters. Get Nira down safely back down to the ground.
Thank you. The others, and she like just grabs her bow and starts running for the entrance.
I say, Rena, come on!
You can hear all the commotion happening downtown. You could teleport them downtown, or you can run downtown. It'll take you about 5 rounds to run downtown.
My intention is now to try and stop the loose bantas. So.
Grantas, yeah.
Grantas, wait.
Or not
wrong.
Star Wars, don't
wrong
get me
Star
sued.
Sorry. Grantas.
Edit. Okay, and go.
So my intention is to stop the loose Grantas.
Yeah, you don't necessarily see them, but you hear a lot of commotion around the hotel.
Right. Didn't one escape into the inn? And
yeah, one is inside the inn and is smashing around inside it.
The inn is attached to that.
You know what? You can see that one. So through the big front windows, you can see a Granta inside the inn, just hurling tables and chairs everywhere. It's just smashing around.
Can I see the entrance to the inn from the stables that we were in?
You can see clear into it because it's got big front windows in it. So yeah, absolutely.
Then instead of running with Nira as we come back down and she starts to take off, instead of following her and being like, Rena, come with me, I grab Rena by her clothes as I'm running to the door,
she's getting the stone in her into a knapsack again. She's like tying it because she knows Doro, so she's like she's like quickly doing it, like puts it in a sack, like and throws it into her sash. Like she's like
Sure. Yep. And then his little teeny hands clasped around your shoulders, right?
I grab her as I'm running by, and I try to teleport us into the inn to stop that Grunted.
I just need a divinity roll. This should be pretty easy for you.
I like that dice on D&D Beyond.
It's so cool.
Yeah, it's really cool. I like that. 17 and 14 is like fucking 20, 31 or something. I don't know.
In the middle of the tavern, on top of the main bar, appear Doro and Rena, perfectly positioned on the bar. Directly in front of you is a huge Granta that has clearly just smashed into the wall and is now turning around to face off against a Kadarian who has a sword out that is also facing off against a giant red demon-toed humanoid that is about 12 feet tall and has fingers that end in scythes. And that's what you all see when you appear.
I calmly turn towards Rena and say, "Okay, so business as usual. Shall we?"
And then, do I know what Foza looks like?
Well, okay, so no, but the family resemblance is strong enough, and that
all
he has
humans look the
brothers
same.
who are Kadarians. Right? So I would like you
Racist
to roll
wood elf.
an intelligence.
Okay.
Just roll a straight intelligence.
It's gonna be a 9 from me.
All humans look alike. You have no idea that that's his brother.
Dang, because this was like, if I did recognize, I was gonna be like, don't we know him? But like, it's such a
Right. Yeah.
So like, Doro is all like, business as usual, and I like look around and I go,
Pick a target.
which one?
So I would say that the Granta are the Granta is the most dangerous to the people that haven't gotten out.
Is the Granta have one of the things in it or no?
It does not.
Okay.
It's just mad.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just had a bad day.
Yeah, Rena's conflicted because like she has her Tiago complex, so
Sure. Right. He's nowhere to be seen.
right. But she knew he was in the alleyway before.
Yeah. Right. I mean, I imagine if you knew Tiago was here, you'd ignore everything else and just charge after him. That was one of the plans we had, was that if you guys had been in a different place, Tiago was going to purposely appear and show himself to Rena to drag Rena away while they went after Caitlin. Yeah. Yeah.
So is there like a way, like, can Rena get out of the inn without
easily.
without
Without
an attack of opportunity from anyone?
Oh, I mean, you could. There's several. There like the back wall is no more. There's several windows shattered. There's holes now in this building. Any direction you want to go.
Okay. So she's like looks at Doro and she goes, Cyril, Tiago, 2 other people, rooftop, thanks. And then she just
jumps out a window.
Jumps out a window. Like bypasses everything that's in the inn.
There are many other enemies, and I am Batmaning out. That's basically what you do.
I got fish to fry. Other ones, gotta go.
Right. So you burst into the alley behind, and you see like 10 sleeping Granta piled up on top of each other.
Okay, Caitlin, okay.
Right. And that's it, though. You see people panicking. You see Kadarians across the road ducking into alleys with crossbows, but you don't see any of the others that you spotted in your vision.
Actually, I don't know Caitlin's back, so those are just sleeping Granta. So I'm
but there's 10 sleeping Granta in the middle of chaos.
Yeah.
It had to have been Caitlin. What else could it possibly be?
Right, and I'm like, guess she's back. So, and then... So I don't see anything, though. Like, I don't see, like, the Melancar lady, or I don't see...
But you do hear a loud mechanical click as Haldir, standing aside this, at the edge of this balcony, his foot up, the wind blowing in his long, beautiful hair, as he slams a shotgun home and ejects a casing as this giant construct lays crumbled at his feet below. Do you want more of the best role-playing podcasts you have ever heard? Then check out our new TTRPG podcast network, Does It Roll?
That's a 9 force damage.
Wow, okay.
Ooh.
Your Eldritch Blast just explodes the throat away. The body just lies there, black ooze spraying out
We are the official home of Wizards of the Coast Rime of the Frost Maiden game, and we have several adventures already posted for you to enjoy. You can check us out weekly on Twitch at twitch.tv/doesitroll, or check out the podcast versions at doesitroll.com.
She looks up at that. She goes, "Racist motherfucker." Then she goes, "I'm moving on." So then she is gonna try to get up to the top of the roof.
Oh,
She has
easily.
advantage
Just roll me an acrobatics,
Okay.
and you'll parkour the fuck up there.
Hell yeah.
Isn't Balam the big frog thing still in the inn, right?
Yes, she is. She's very much Indian and is facing off against Foza and apparently a Granta.
16.
And Doro.
And Doro, right. 16 gets you up
Silence,
on, yeah.
Michael.
There's a couple barrels and and then there's like I don't know, a fire escape, whatever. You hop up there pretty easily and you're right next to Haldir.
And I'm next to Haldir, and do I see
On the balcony,
lady?
yeah.
Like,
So yeah, as you pop up there, well, no, the lady has turned into that giant frog.
okay, so she's down
So
there.
you pop up there.
Okay.
You don't see the lady. You can look into and you see the three of them now in this, in the inn, all facing off against each other, and then of course Doro, who's on the bar.
Okay. Well, that's probably all I can do for my turn, essentially. So.
Yep, fair enough. So you're just kind of like nod to Haldir.
Oh no, I
Haldir.
want to be away from Haldir. Like,
okay.
when I jump
There's-
up, I don't want to be.
Yeah, there's plenty of other balconies. You could just sort of
We
crawl
need a
up to
nice
a
good.
different
We're
balcony.
social distancing from each other.
Yeah,
It's like a nice
so
6 feet.
Let's say there's Rena's balcony, then it goes balcony, and then Haldir's balcony.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fair.
Okay,
Fair.
Foza and the Kadarians.
All right. So I'm trying to think. What is Foza's motivation now? So Foza ran into the hotel. You know what? He's going to let the Granta and this red demon thing go at each other. He just disengages and sprints up the stairs because he's still trying to get to his brother. So he's running to the rooftop.
And Doro, he would see Doro pop up.
Yeah,
on the
but he
bar.
didn't care.
Yeah.
Well, there's a halfling on a bar. What the fuck does he care? He's going after
He's
his
seen
brother.
him before, so I don't know.
Has
Well,
he?
now I'm attacking Michael's
Wait.
brother.
Wait, has Foza... wait. Has Foza seen Doro?
Wasn't he on a ship and Doro did something on a ship and then they saw
Yeah.
each other?
Oh, fuck
Oh,
yes.
oh, yeah.
He was on the
Oh,
black.
yeah.
Well, all right. You know what? Let's see
Yeah,
if he
that ship I destroyed.
Yeah, I was like,
I'm
weren't
gonna-
you on that?
Wait, I'm gonna roll his intelligence.
Whoops.
Okay, so Foza looks towards the staircase, but you come barreling through, Rena, which draws his eye to the bar, where he sees a halfling, and he stops dead, and his eyes go wide, and he goes, "You!"
Sorry about that.
And he draws his sword, and he starts heading towards the bar.
So
Okay.
that's his
Actually,
action.
he would be able to attack. So he
He would.
charges the bar. Yeah, he charges the bar. And he rolls to hit. He swings a sword at Doro and rolls a 14 to hit.
No.
You just jump or teleport away, and he just whiffs and misses completely. He would have hit you straight in the chest, but you just easily get out of the way.
All right, I assume the rest of the Kadarians just sort of huddle in their great fear.
Right, getting ready to shoot, but basically like, I don't want to die. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
All right,
I think that's safe. I mean, they are just. I mean, again, they're highly trained soldiers, but like, I think if a Marine saw a god descend, they still might take cover. you
right.
know?
Well, no, and I passed the intimidation check, so they should be like startled for.
Also, you tore the stabs out of the dwarves. The dwarves, by the way, never left the wagon. They're just kind of hunched back there. They're not fighting. They were here to clearly control the construct, and that's all they were in for.
They like crying because their construct's like broken.
They seem mad. They seem upset. But it's not like in Star Wars where they're like, oh, it's just it's a robot. They'll make a new one,
That costs a lot of money.
I was also like,
All
costs
right.
a lot of money and labor costs.
They don't care about that. They're not paying the bill.
Yeah.
They're just doing a job. Yeah.
Okay, the Granta that's still up.
Okay, the Grunted that's still up charges Balam and fucking rolls a natural 20. So, oh man. Okay, this is. Hang on.
I thought this was going to go the other way, and I was
Yeah.
going to have to
Yep.
step in and save
Okay.
Granta, but
37 points of damage as it lowers its head, charges across the room, picks up this giant red monster, crashes through the wall and into the street directly below where Haldir was just fighting that creature, and tosses her like another 12 feet into the wall across from her. And some of the Kadarians just go running at this point. They're not like that. That was it. That was the last thing they needed. So they're all sprinting away.
Peace
a lot of other
out.
people are running away.
Gods are
and they're-
floating above, and the thing that gets them is a beast slamming
It's
into
a
something.
giant red. It's a 12-foot tall demon toad creature with knives for hands, fighting an elephant. I mean, yeah, they're gonna run.
I would be like, ooh, get my camera out. No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't actually. But
Everyone else got their iPhones.
yeah,
wow.
we're gonna put my phones out.
World Star, right? All right. So who's next?
Haldir.
Is it within range of my shotgun? I
It
think
is a
is.
target-rich opportunity below you, and yes, they're all within range of your shotgun.
Yeah. So I see Balaam come out, just so everybody, because she can heal, right? And
Oh
so
yeah, she's already healing. Her whole shoulder was like ripped out of its socket, and you see her stand up and flip it back over, and it already is connecting and re-knitting.
So as I want to shoot her, I want to yell to the team, "She's healing! Hit her again!"
She hears that voice, and even though she's facing off against a Granta, her eyes narrow because she knows who that is, and she looks up at you as
I shoot her with a shotgun.
Man, she's had a bad couple days.
Brutal.
First was a 22, sorry,
That's going to hit, yes.
to hit, and then the second to hit was a natural 1.
Okay, so the first one hits, and you cock the second one, and your finger just catches in the guard, right? And you accidentally flip on the safety, which you didn't even know. I mean, you know it's there because you know everything about the gun, but you just did it wrong, and you flick the safety on it. When you go to pull again, it just chunk and does nothing.
God damn it. All right. So damage on the first is 15.
You catch her right in the shoulder she was just healing. You know? Ah,
Get that fucking
fucker!
arm off of
Right.
her.
Big, huge hole. Again, that hole's already healing, but I mean, you wounded an already wounded Balaam, and she does not look happy.
I think that's off my turn, right?
All right.
Okay, Para.
Okay, he's heard the shotguns go off. He heard Doro yell. He saw Para would see Rena and go, oh, and he would just like fly down to you and land like in this big arc of flame, hits the rooftop. The flames go away, and he just throws his arms around you. He's like, Rena, and he just gives you a big hug. You're all right.
and like no, he gives the big hug, and like Rena just pulls back and goes, "Where's Tiago?"
What? Tiago?
Yeah, he was here.
I didn't see Tiago. Is Tiago here? And then Para like is panicked, and the fire's up, and he's just looking all around.
He was.
Oh,
Okay.
and he's like, okay, I'll look. And he goes soaring into the air and just starts to do circles around the area.
Okay, Team Superbad, whoever's left.
All right, that would be Balaam, and Balaam growls, looks up at Haldir, narrows her eyes, but is too smart to continue this. She steps into the alley. As she does, she transforms into that woman with the dress and just touches her forehead and vanishes.
I'm telling y'all.
Time to get out of town, guys. How about Frog Fest?
There's gotta be a frog fest
wherever it
somewhere,
is.
yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Caitlin, I guess, is out, and so it's my turn. And so at this point, there is no.
Oh, Fozo's our only threat that's still around.
Foes is the only threat, but I don't know anything
And
about
the
that.
and the animal.
And the
Right,
Granta.
and the Granta in the middle of the road, yeah, who
Oh,
is
yeah.
still in a danger to people. Yeah,
I almost said Bantha, Doug.
I know, you guys got to stop. You're going to get me sued.
Sorry.
Because trust me, Disney can shut me down whenever they want to. They just have to write a letter.
Right. Okay, well, it's my turn, and seeing no immediate threat with me, and now that Para's like gone shooting up into the air and flying around for some reason, I will descend descend upon the earth. His feet has touched the ground.
All I can see
Lord.
is
Yeah.
Magneto.
Well, you
Whenever I
have
picture
one
Michael
little toe
flying,
that's like,
Yeah.
slightly below the other, and
right.
Okay.
A whole stadium is coming down with you. Yeah,
Right,
that's
right,
what I
right.
see. Yeah.
Okay, yes. So I will descend and sort of reassess.
Roll perception then.
Okay, 19 plus 2 is 21.
That'll do it. So you descend, and this is what you have witnessed now. You definitely saw Haldir shoot the demon toad lady. You saw the demon toad lady turn back into a lady and vanish in just out of nothing. You also see this big boar creature that's getting back onto its feet after ramming the demon lady through the wall. You also can see into the bar where you see your brother draw a sword and try to kill Doro. Those are the two things you see. And you also see Rena on top of the rooftop. You saw your boyfriend fly into the air and is now clearly doing reconnaissance above you. Doro, where are you right now? Oh no, you're in the bar, right?
Yeah.
So you see everyone.
Well, knowing that Doro can take care of himself,
Very, very valid. Your brother is very
my
talented,
brother
but
is maybe
probably doesn't
talented,
stand a match
doesn't
against.
stand
Yeah.
a chance in hell
Yeah.
with Doro. But I also don't want to see Foza hurt, and
Right.
Doro doesn't know to not hurt him.
Right. These are all true things. Yes.
So I think I would reach out with my divinity and clasp Fosa and pull him outside.
Oh, so you just lift him into the air? Yeah.
Like
yeah.
a doll.
You can easily do that. So you see
Hello,
Foza
brother.
get lifted and then kind of spun around to face to face you, and he's still got his sword out, but like he can't.
I don't
do
have him
anything.
in
It's
sword
just-
range to me, obviously.
No,
Like,
no, there's nothing he can do. Like he can't swing at you. He can't get down. So he's just kind of floating there, looking panicked and grasping his sword.
Okay.
Then we're out of combat except for the Granta. Do any of you want to do anything as it's getting back up?
Is it in my line of sight? Oh,
Oh yeah, all of you. You can
Ping.
all see the Granta.
sleep arrow.
Oh, so you all.
Ping.
Oh, nice. Okay, so you just rolled a hit,
Okay.
and then I'll roll a Constitution save. Probably gonna make it,
Yeah.
but let me see. Oh, I rolled a 1.
Oh. Well,
So-
I rolled
right?
a 13.
Yeah, they don't need. It's not hard to hit them. They're the size of a fucking barn, and they're basically just a cow. So yeah, you struck this thing in the shoulder. So this giant creature gets up and ping. This little teeny arrow just sticks its back. It turns and just collapses and crushes the fake melon cart from the fake melon cart lady as it collapses to the ground. And aside from a hovering Fosa, we are completely out of order. Pretty much everyone's fled this area. It's just you guys in a cacophony of destruction all around you.
Still don't know who Foza is, so I'm looking up at Para and being like, "You see anything?"
So Para's up above you, right?
Yeah.
And like he just sky writes no as he's flying around.
Damn.
So what's actually happening inside the tavern right now?
So you turn to look inside the tavern, and there's a rush of air next to you as Automil is suddenly just above you with his bow out. The others. And then he sees them. Oh, I guess I have arrived too late. And so as you look down onto the tavern below, all you see is Doro, who has teleported from the bar. Where did you go, Doro, when you teleport out of the way of the sword?
So when he swung at me, so I just like hopped over his blade, like totally like in disgust. Like, I came here to save you from this Granta. Why are you attacking
Right.
me, you asshat?
You're actually scolding him. Like,
Yeah,
I was
I'm like,
here to
what
help
are
you.
doing?
Yeah.
And then the Granta like rams this demon thing outside, right?
Yeah.
And then this guy that randomly attacks me just gets scooped up by probably Zion.
So when Zion uses his energy, you all can see his energy. Other people would just see him float in the air. You
Okay.
see this purple blob basically reaching through the window, grab him up like a hand, and drag him out of there.
I'm like, that's Zion. And I stop and I sigh to myself and say, remember when I used to pick pockets?
right.
You know, and then like the Granta that just ran out the door just flops over. Like you see an arrow go ting, and then it just goes like you know.
Yeah.
So I just I hop down behind the bar and I pour myself a drink.
Oh, wait. No, I don't do that. Doro doesn't drink. That's right. Never mind. No, yeah, so I don't do that.
Wait, what if Doro's just getting a whiskey for the others? Because he...
Or he could get a glass of milk.
Or he goes to drink it, remembers, I don't drink.
I don't
throws it
drink.
I
away.
hate this. No, that's exactly what happens. I start to do it, and then I'm like, oh, wait, I don't do that. And I just throw it away.
And just go walking out. I assume you're all gathering again with Zion as he's holding his brother in the air. And at this point, you all recognize they clearly look like each other.
Oh, we do.
Like they're related. Yeah.
Weird.
This is my brother. He is not to be harmed.
Zion, you know that. I mean, sorry, Doro, you know this guy. This guy was definitely on the Blackwater.
I know him from at least 2 different occasions, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I know who that is.
Yeah. Oh, that's Zion's brother, right?
Oh, right. Because they're not all the same people. I remember that.
You hear horses and a bunch, like there's clearly an encampment somewhere outside town of Kadarians. You hear soldiers heading into town, and probably can see some at this point too.
So, I look up to my brother, who's like obviously struggling and angry.
Very mad and probably kind of startled. Yeah.
Yes. I wish things could have been different between us. Goodbye. And I release him from my grasp. So, but
You drop
gently,
to his knees.
yeah,
Right.
and just sort of stare him
Stands
down.
up.
If he's going
Put
to try,
his sword away. No, he's not dumb. He's like he
Right.
knows what you guys have done.
he's
and there's
surrounded
a
by
lot of you.
like a lot of
Right.
gods and a lot of
Yeah.
like destruction
I mean,
around him.
Look. I mean,
One guy-
I'm not saying a cop wouldn't shoot at one Avenger, but a cop is not going to shoot at 6 Avengers. Like, they're not- he just slams his sword home and looks at you. And before he goes to turn and rejoin his men, he stops and he looks back. Moderate's dead. And then he looks towards Rena, and he looks at Rena, and he looks at Automil. Doesn't know that either one of you were involved. Automil was, but he didn't know that. But he does know it was one of UL's. He points at both of them. One of theirs killed him, and he just walks away. Thank you for joining us for Season 6, Episode 3, Countdown, Part 3. We are busy recording and editing the next chapter of Godsfall, and you can listen to Season 6, Episode 4 right now at patreon.com/Godsfall. We'll see you next time in the world of the 5 Kingdoms. Hey people, my name is Aram, my pronouns are he, him, and welcome back to Godsfall. This season, we are premiering each episode with a special video-enhanced version of the podcast. You can join cast and crew for a live weekly watch party Sundays at 8 p.m. Eastern on twitch.tv/Godsfall. Don't want to wait for more? We've got you covered. You can listen to the next episode right now by heading over to patreon.com/Godsfall.
My name is Michael. My pronouns are he, him. I play Zion Preeton, the newly arisen god of force.
My name is Doug, and my pronouns are he and him, and I play Doro Not, the newly arisen god of travel.
My name is Joe. My pronouns are he, him, and I play Lord Haldir Loran, the newly arisen god of war.
My name is Kelly. My pronouns are she, her, and I play Rena Falaval, the arisen god of luck.
thank God.
Wow.
I don't say that out loud, but he was a jerk. He was always mean to me, always bullying me. Well, I guess he got his. Except that if it was elves, though. Ugh.
He got his.
I don't know. Is my racism worse than my hatred of my brother? I don't know. No, okay.
I can't get a break here. I can't get a break at all.
Aldir's never felt closer to Zion in this moment.
No, okay.
bonding.
Obviously, I don't do that. Okay, because I'm supposed to be playing a good character. So I'm a little aghast. I didn't know anything about it, and I just will take him at his word that what happened. But I don't even know how to feel about this. So many people that I've known aren't around anymore. So
Para lands right next to you. He heard that happen, and the fire's off, and his hands are at your shoulders, and he's just at your side, ready to act and to help you in any way you need.
well, my mouth is open, and I just sort of don't manage to say anything.
Is Oinkers come back?
Like a few seconds behind Automail, couldn't quite keep up.
Right.
Did Ormil glance at like Oinkers when Oinkers came back to me? As in, like, did he know or did he not know?
Oinkers found Automail.
Yeah, but I was trying to make sure that it was like a secretive thing.
So let's say that Automail gets back,
Yeah.
and then like a couple rounds later, Oinkers comes up as a peregrine on your shoulder, lands, is like, and like gives you a thumbs up, right? Like
Yeah.
a little wing,
Like
and
with
that's
the
all
wing,
that, yeah.
And I
exactly.
go, talk later.
Yeah. And then like just unfolds into a pig, but like all feet out, completely exhausted, just gasping for air.
I'm like, I got a cloth and some water, and I'm just like damp towel, like tapping her head.
Right. Handing her apples. She
Yeah.
kind of raises her head just to eat the apple and then goes back. Yeah.
I have a question. Maybe somebody else remembers, where in the hell did we leave Steelbeard?
Oh,
Didn't you have him just like sail around so he wasn't
didn't
obvious
we tell him
or
to
something?
meet us? Like we were
Yeah,
like,
we were supposed to
sailing
meet
Yeah.
somewhere.
Like,
Like
Yeah, where were you? So let's just say that you told him to sail around to the other side of Wessel, because
Right.
that would take him several days, right?
Mhm.
And then you would just meet him on the north side as opposed to the south side,
Right.
or the west side as opposed to the east side. Yeah.
Right. That's
However it ends
how it
up.
was. Yeah.
Whatever the ocean is nearest to where you are, that's where you will meet him.
Cyril, we don't even know his name still. Grabby Hands has done something which cannot be forgiven at this point. So
No.
like
He's killed Para's parents and his brother and sister who were alive. Sorry, and his two sisters that were alive. So all of his siblings are dead. His whole family's dead. And they just took Caitlin.
yeah, well, we don't know about that, but yeah,
Who knows that? Who knows they took Caitlin?
nobody.
Did any of you see that happen?
Doro.
I think I did.
I think you did. Right. You are the only one that saw that happen.
Yeah.
Did you tell the others?
Yeah. I mean, well, because as far as I'm concerned, Caitlin can like travel interdimensionally and also
Right.
teleport and also do all these things.
So they probably can't
So-
hang on to her, right? Is
in
that
what
what you're
world?
thinking?
Yeah. In what world is this an issue? You know, that she's, I mean, probably this world.
But you don't know about Cyril. You don't know about the God of Order. So do you tell them you saw Tiago Reese take Caitlin?
Yeah.
As this giant gun vanishes in his hands, and as he walks out wearing clothes that are so strange and so
Yeah.
weirdly done. Yeah, it's like everything about Haldir is weird right now.
I just say they took Caitlin.
Who took Caitlin?
Do I know any names or anything?
You
at
don't
this
know
point?
names, but you'd quickly describe. I mean, Tiago Reese has a look, right? So you can describe him pretty easily.
Blondie.
The blonde guy is Cyril Avantis, who is the God of Order.
Yes. And
Tiago
then
Reese
is the God of Sport, right?
Yeah. Tiago Reese usually has like, his chest exposed, and he's all like, muscly and bouncy and a lot of parkour and shit. And he's like that asshole.
I imagine him with like a bunch of like those like straps as well. Like I don't know, for some odd reason. Like
He got straps everywhere and
Yeah.
like little like side pockets
Yeah.
and little things over. Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
like-
none of them have anything in them. He just wears them for the look. Yeah.
I just imagine he's
loser.
like sexy but with like tactical. You know?
Yes,
Like,
sexy tactical.
sexy
That's
tactical.
exactly what he looks like.
Yeah.
Yes. He is sexy tactical.
Yeah.
Just call him Straps Mickey.
And that is the God of Sport. So you just faced off against the God of Sport, the God of Order, the demigod of Guns, and the demigod of Sewers.
But we don't know about the guns in the sewers, technically.
No.
And do sewers exist in this world?
So in larger cities, there are still
There would
sewer
be.
systems, but not to the extent where she's from. So
Sure.
her powers she took a bit of a hit coming back.
Yeah.
Fortunately, she's a giant frog demon. So she's going to be okay.
That's interesting. So I just say they took Caitlin.
Who took Caitlin?
Like, Straps McGee.
Straps McGee.
Whatever his name is.
Where have you been for the last several hours?
That's a long story.
He's not lying.
Well, perhaps you could start by telling me where you put my battery.
Do I still have it? I don't even know if I still have that thing.
You never would leave it in the room. So even when you
That's
left,
true.
you
I never-
took it with you. So yeah, it's in your pocket.
I just like kept it with my lions or whatever it was.
Yeah, exactly. That's precisely where it was. By the way, though, you can they were rattling. They're so mad because for the last 2 fights, you have not used them, and they are so pissed at you right now.
It's a good point.
Yeah.
Now that I have shotguns, everything else just seems.
It does seem silly to pull the lions out, but the lions are like, we are your defenders. So
Yeah,
whenever
that's
you
true.
get in trouble, if they can't act, they are very mad.
Fair. So I I look at Zion and think to myself, like, battery? And then, right. Because it's been a lot's happened.
A lot's happened, yeah.
I just kind of pat down, find the pocket, flip it to him, and I say, it sounds like we're about to be in more trouble. Maybe we should go.
Battery is empty. Otherwise than that, it's been unaltered.
All right. I put my divinity into the battery, and then I hand it back to Haldir and say, well, I guess you can hold on to it for now.
What are you putting into it?
Force.
What exactly are you putting into it? So, are you putting the equivalent of, let's say, a magic missile in it? Or
Yeah, it's basically like a force projectile. So,
cool.
So now
Okay.
he could, if
so
he
you
wanted
put
to.
a single magic missile into this gem, and then Haldir, whenever you want, if you chose to, and you can and it's weird because when you pick up one of these, it's kind of imprinted with what it does, so you understand how to use it as soon as you pick it up, much like with your guns. Actually, you would know this for 2 reasons. One, because you would get it because it's divine, and other, because it's now a weapon, and you understand all weapons.
I like that.
A little magic missile appears in your hand. It doesn't appear inside the
I think
gem.
I could do. I think magic missile was already a spell I knew.
Oh, is it?
I think so.
Yeah, so you're able to do it. It's fine. You just make it happen. But it's fun. It's in a stone. Great.
Right. Well, it's not just a stone. It's a highly technical piece of equipment that shot forward our society by several hundred years. And I did it as.
But Haldir just saw the 1990s
But I don't know anything about that.
downtown New York.
But I don't know anything about that. Right. I did this as a power move to be like, yeah, here you go.
Sure.
I know you stole it, but here it is because I have plenty more rocks where that came from. So because I just have them in my pocket.
How do you react when it's tossed back to you, Haldir?
I take it and I put it back in my pocket.
All right.
Cool.
Business exchange.
Yeah. It's very kind of very curt nods. I'm assuming is what happened right there.
Sure, yeah.
Yes.
I say we discuss all of our days while we are in a hurry to get out of this town right now.
Where are we going?
And I just look at Doro.
Yeah.
What? Why? I didn't do anything.
While we're gifting things, I made you something, Doro.
You did? That's so weird because I got you a gift from the kindness of my own heart. What a random yeah.
Wow. Well,
It's like Gift of
remember
the
how I
Bad
ripped
Guy.
his mask off his face, his snarling little face? That Cebu
I
jerk,
think so,
right?
yeah.
Rita's just pouting in the corner.
Well, I used the eyes from that mask, and I figured you could use it better than me. I fashioned it into, well, here you go. And I hand Doro what looks to be a periscope, or whatever, what is it called? A telescope.
A spyglass.
A spyglass, yes, a spyglass. But instead of the glass inside...
Didn't you take Doro's spyglass and add it to his own thing? Because Doro had that really nice one. I thought you took his spyglass because Doro left it up in Steelbeard somewhere, and you just took it and added lenses to that, right?
Yeah, I think
Am I
so.
right about that? Yeah.
Well, I took one of them. I don't know
Doro,
which one I took.
He hands you back your spyglass.
But you notice...
Oh, I was wondering where that was.
It's better now.
But you'll notice instead of glass, there's now those little gems that were in the mask, embedded in the mask of Cebu, are now where the glass would have been. So if you look through it, you now have, I don't know, plus something.
Yeah, it works just like a normal spyglass. However, if you look at a divine creature through it, you see their divine aura. So you can always pick out other gods and other demigods whenever you look through it. So we just upgraded your periscope.
Cool. Well, spyglass, periscope star.
Spyglass, right. Sorry, that's going to be in my head now. I'm going to say that 8 times now. Yeah.
Also, when they mention Cebu's mask and all that other stuff, does Aramiel react at all?
When they mentioned Cebu's mask, no, you know what? Automil would know what it was, certain. No, you know what? Automil hasn't seen Cebu since Cebu became the Viper. So no, that doesn't mean anything to him. But when you do say the name Cebu, Automil perks up and is like, you fought Cebu.
Yes.
He's talking to you, Rena.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he's talking
I was
to
like,
Rena.
who is he directing this to?
Yeah,
which
he's
one
like,
of us,
he's like, Rena, you fought Cebu.
Is this like a side conversation, or is this like
No,
he's saying
this
out loud
happens.
and just directing
You guys
at
are
me?
gathered in a circle,
Okay.
and he has turned to you in front of all the others
Okay.
and said, "You fought Cebu."
I may
And
have.
you didn't say anything until now, basically, is the other part of that that's implied. And you have said nothing to me about this encounter.
There's been a lot going on.
Doro, perhaps we should leave first, but there is much for us to talk about. Yes?
You didn't talk about where you went today. And she looks off like you know, we're doing that like
God
that
damn it.
cousin
Yeah,
sibling thing
yeah.
where we're going like
Nature.
And Automil's so honest that like he knows you're right. So he's like he starts to say something and then
and then I come back with him and I do a him and I go, we're gonna leave first and then we'll talk about this.
he just nods. Yes, it agrees. That's what he said. Doro, can you get us out of here?
All aboard the Knot Express.
Hands.
Hands.
I'm sorry, it's hands, and then a hoof. That's what everything that
I
all
just assume
comes
when we
out.
teleport, she gets on my shoulder as like a something, so it's easier.
Like a little pink frog.
Yeah.
I think that would work, right? Yeah, okay. Well, no, a little pink squirrel. She really doesn't do reptiles.
Yeah,
she kind of shouldn't like snakes.
She's
so
like she likes the fluffy, you know? Like
Yeah, exactly. So I would say that, Doro, when you have time, when it's not a battle, you just can pull out the...
Well, plus which we're bridging, so.
Right. I mean, they are giving you power, so it's really easy. You would just... There's a large mountain in front of... Well, not a mountain, but like a large hill in front of you. If you popped up on top of that hill, you'd be then looking down towards the coast where Steelbeard would be. So you could make a couple pops down, get to the coast, and then probably see Steelbeard at that point. That would take maybe half an hour.
Okay. That's what I want to do.
All right. Then, again, you can see everything. It's bright daylight. You're not being attacked. You all just basically huddle around him. He pulls it out, looks. All right. And then vanishes from where you are, and you will appear somewhere. It's like that feeling when you're sleeping and you fall in your dream and you lurch awake. Like, you don't know how you had all that momentum, but something's clearly ripped your body up and lurched you awake. It's that feeling every time you do this. You do this about 10 times, going up the mountain, down the mountain, towards the coast. You finally appear on the coast, and all of you feel like you've been spun in a chair about 100 times.
Whee!
I've been through training like this, I'm good.
Oinkers just hurls. It's like apple peels and cores, just vomits profusely on the beach. Actually, it would just be a little bit, though, because it's a little teeny squirrel right now, so just be a little squirrel vomiting.
I just make sure she doesn't vomit on me.
No, and even if she did it, but again, it's like if you see, it's like, you know, maybe you sneezed on yourself. Like, that's all it would be. It's a little teeny bit. It's nighttime at this point. It's about 9 p.m., but there's a full moon, and clearly silhouetted out on the water is what could only be Steelbeard.
Yo, what's up, bitch? No, I'm just kidding.
Hello! He's still like a mile away. Like, he doesn't see you.
No, we can't.
You see him. Yeah.
Just wave.
Yeah. He doesn't see you. No.
Would I be able to teleport us onto the deck of Steelbeard?
100%.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that's
All right,
what I was
so
going to do.
everyone gathers in for one more that you do not want to do, but he teleports you on to the deck of
Hooray!
Steelbeard. And Steelbeard has, like, he has gathered water, so there's little basins of water, and there's little bits of food, and there's some blankets. Like, he has prepared, like, a whole, like, in case of emergency triage area for you guys to come back. I was so worried.
Everything's cool.
As soon as you appear, chairs appear under you, right? And like little branches pull blankets around your shoulders, and little
I feel like we've come from a disaster zone.
little wooden cups of hot cocoa rise to your level to be picked up. Yeah. There's marshmallows. They're perfect. Everyone sit. Everyone sit. Is everyone here? And looks around, and then, where's Caitlin?
Well, I'm sure she'll show up at some point.
And you know, actually, Steelbeard would just accept that at this point. Oh, okay, good. All right. Where are we going?
Well, see, Zion hadn't even seen Caitlin in that whole encounter.
Right.
So, like, as far as he knows, she disappeared a few days ago. She pops in and out like Doro, whatever.
No, Haldir.
But Haldir told you that Caitlin was taken.
And Zion saw both of them whoosh into the room.
Right. So he saw Tiago appear behind Caitlin, wrap his arms around her, and teleport away.
That's what Haldir saw. But then Zion saw Caitlin when she first popped back into the flooding room.
Right.
So he saw her then. So you saw her, knew she was there, and now she's gone.
You did see her up. Yeah, you did see her up. You saw her appear, get washed into the inn area. Yeah. Then Haldir told you that Tiago took her. But you don't necessarily have to tell Steelbeard that yet, because Steelbeard can't do anything about it, and why worry him? It's like your uncle. Like, your uncle needs to drive you somewhere, right? But your uncle doesn't necessarily need to know the details about your life, right?
In that case, I'm going to have to rewind here just a bit, because I don't think that Zion would have just left the area if he knew that Caitlin was taken.
Automila just turned to Doro and said, can you get us out of here? However, Zion, do you agree with leaving?
Right. And then wait, where's Caitlin? Haldir, you mentioned she was taken?
Taken?
They grabbed her and disappeared, but she can teleport and travel. What's the problem?
Find her, Doro.
Well, how? How would we even find her? I'd have to have something to follow.
Aren't you able to find anything?
That's if she's on a road, but I mean, I guess I could try.
Okay, roll your divinity.
Rena puts her hand on Doro's shoulder and says good luck in halfling again to him, just because she knows it gets to him. And she gives advantage.
So 23.
You slam your hand to the ground, and you've leveled up since you've tried this last time. And these crackles of energy go out over roads all across Wesel, cracking across the entire country, arcing towards the shores until they finally get to the south. And there's a port to the south. And then it crackles across the water, which is something you've never done before. But you follow a path, and then you can see a vessel, and you can see a ship moving, and you see it go all the way south. But it hasn't left yet. You just know it's going to.
What? I can do that?
Apparently you can. You know where they're going.
Okay, where are they going?
So they're going to get on a boat, and they're going to head to Skyhaven.
I say aloud. They're going to get on a boat and go to Skyhaven?
Which is the capital of Brennus.
Okay, I was like, where is that?
Oh, and Dennis is from there.
Dennis McGinnis?
Dennis from Brennus.
Dennis McGinnis from Brennus, yes. I forgot about him.
I know someone from Brennus. That's weird.
Yes, you do. You know Dennis McGinnis from Brennus?
Yes. You know Dennis McGinnis from Brennus?
I know Dennis McGinnis from Brennus.
What side of Brennus is it on? Is it like the left side, or?
So like the northwest corner, kind of.
Okay, well, in that case, then we can all pop, just as we did before, over to the river over to the ocean as we were going to anyway. But instead of being like completely, not knowing what we're doing, Steelbeard,
as you're being wrapped in a blanket,
to Skyhaven.
Oh, all right. And then the sails go up. He makes a hard bank and takes off into the night. You guys are now just on a deck with hot coffee, sitting around, looking at each other. You're all probably pretty tired, I'd imagine.
Yeah, but nobody's going to bed until we figure out a few things. First of all, everybody that disappeared magically for a little while.
Zion just gets up, slams his staff to the deck. No one leaves this deck until we've decided some things. Right? Big, huge spotlight shines down on all of you.
Dun, dun, dun.
So, how was everyone's day?
This is the check-in.
So Haldir just kind of sighs and looks around. And he's like, all right, I guess it was last night. Caitlin took me into the future. It's unclear now if it was a different universe or if it was our same timeline, if there's different people that happened. But I was there for 3 days. I was chased and attacked by demigods. I killed the what kind of
Kenku.
I killed that Kenku we saw, which is why I have his weapons. Because any weapon I touch, because I hope at this point they realize any weapon I touch.
We
like,
know.
I don't know if they would know that.
Or
do you guys
do we?
know how his powers work? Like,
Do
have
we
you ever
know
like
he's the god of war?
You know he's the
Yeah.
god.
Yeah,
Well,
you do.
no,
I think
because
so.
because Caitlin knew, so you had to tell people, right?
they would have realized that we've done something with they realized my divinity.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
also
we
whipped
already
out.
know that.
He's whipped out different weapons like before, because he's whipped out like a whip and like a sword and like.
And
he
he's-
also
and a
turned
catapult.
like half a forest into a catapult.
Right.
You guys probably at that point knew. Yeah, that's a good
Figured
point.
that out. So I think
This would be nothing new. He can touch weapons and make whatever he
Well,
wants.
and also we can sense his divinity. So
right, true. So you knew
know.
they were divine weapons, but he did make future weapons. Yeah.
and you now have a divinity sensing spyglass too, which
I have to use on you. I'll have to
All
use
else
it at some
fails.
point.
So Doro's just like 2 inches from you with the spyglass going up and down.
but I love your tailor.
It's really nice. She's actually really great. Haldir got lucky.
so I was there for 2 days. I think 3 days. What did we
3
decide?
days.
2 days.
I think it was like
3
2.5
days.
days. Like you were on your 3rd day, but your 2nd night.
So I was there for almost 3 days. Caitlin barely brought me back. The Kenku is the god of
Demigod of guns.
the demigod of these particular futuristic projectile weapons they call guns.
Yeah. You know they're called guns. You know they're called a rifle and a shotgun and a Tommy gun. You know these words just by touching them.
What was that thing called? A slad.
Oh yeah, a slod, a red
Slod.
slod. Yeah.
So the red slod human woman hybrid thing is the demigod of sewers. She can heal herself in case you didn't see that.
It's pretty fucking hard.
I was like, that's pretty much, what I got. Caitlin can clearly travel between times and between places. Why is everybody so worried about her?
Well, I'm worried because somebody took her, and maybe they knocked her out. Who knows? I mean, she can take care of herself, I'm sure, but not against all of those people at once.
And you also know that Cyril's power over flesh also extends to other people. He took away Doro's eyes once. So you know he can do some pretty terrible things.
All right. So what I would like to know is who were the others?
Oh, so you're asking who like Cyril and who Tiago were?
Yes.
Okay, so
Tit for tat, I like this.
tit for tat. Also, when Haldir was saying this information, did he seem like he's not entirely nice? Obviously, his whole demeanor, but like, was he like
Sure.
like nicely presenting this? Like, was this like he's comfortable? Like,
How
saying
are you
this?
presenting this? What would you say, Haldir? How would you answer that? How was Haldir's demeanor as he was presenting this information?
I don't know. It feels like business, It's like this is information that I think that is important for you to know if we're actually, because we're clearly going to be fighting these things that I already fought. And so this is going to be important.
Haldir basically got up and gave a PowerPoint. That was him. It's like, these are the problems we are facing. Yes.
Notice the razor claws on the edge of the hand.
Circle twice. Very bad written next to them.
Red pen.
See, it's going to have to be Rena that talks about this because Zion didn't even see any of this. So as far as like Tiago or Cyril, so not that he knows any of those
Yeah,
names.
because I'm pretty sure like I was one of the. Oh, okay. Hold on. So.
You've definitely faced off directly against Tiago. I would imagine you'd have the most to say.
Oh my gosh! Like he stuck me with like 4 arrows one time, and like and like we have had.
They had
history.
a parkour longbow battle across rooftops.
Yeah.
It was fucking amazing.
Yeah, I also had like a dream sequence in Caitlin's world where I like practiced against him. Like the vendetta is deep, but
I forgot. Caitlin, whenever she wants, can basically jump into your dream. Right. And then create whatever you want to face off against. Yeah. So for like several episodes when they had more time, they were doing dream battle training. So she would face off against Tiago to learn how to fight him because Caitlin could recreate him in her dreams.
I was getting business done.
But beat her. And when, like, so she woke up and she was so mad. It was the best.
She's great. She's literally just like angry like all the time. Like she's literally got like 2 vendettas. She's got a vendetta against Tiago. She's got a vendetta against Cebu. Like she's just like angry, but like when she's not, she's chill. Like, you know, it's like she's like, I'm calm and collected. And then, you know, and then I see somebody I hate and I'm like, oh,
Except for when she's not.
time to go.
Right. You basically, you're mostly peace, calm, out of 1, having fun, playing with the pig.
Yeah.
But you go to 10 as soon as you see a target. Yeah.
I'm the like exception of just triggered. So I explain our whole scenario Doro and I faced, and just like, you know, the weird ear thing and how it resembled. When I get to the part where it resembled Para's incident, I just say Para's incident and then like try to skirt past that really quick.
Yeah. You see his big brown eyes go up and get a little sadder, but he just nods. You know?
I give him a knowing glance of like, I wouldn't be saying this if I didn't have to, you know,
he
kind
knows.
of thing.
Yeah, he gets it.
And then because Doro doesn't know that I saw like all of that when I did like the zoom through.
Right.
So I explained the zoom through to them and how Cyril knows that I know. And so I say, yo, he knows. And then I'm like, I could probably find him again right now with Doro's help, but he'll know that I know.
Well, you're not bridged with that thing anymore.
I haven't.
So the reason
I picked
you
it up.
have it, but you're not bridged with it.
Yeah.
So that connection doesn't exist right now.
Okay.
Were you to connect with it again, it would be reestablished. So whatever you do from this point on, I mean, that's true. You could also assume that maybe he could just know anything as long as you've got the crystal.
Yeah.
Who fucking knows? And Zion, do you show it to him?
Yeah, I do.
It's got this black ichor inside it that seems to be clawing at the edges, like constantly looking for something all along the edge of the gem from inside it.
Don't touch it.
This
Big
looks
bad.
to be very
I had
dangerous.
It doesn't seem good, you know.
It went into my body for a little bit. It was not good. I don't know if there's any lasting impacts of that. So everybody watch out.
Oinkers waddles over to you, Rena, turns into a cat and jumps into your lap, turns around 3 times, sits down, purrs, and like kind of like rubs a head against your shoulder.
She just like starts like instinctively kind of like therapeutic petting, you know, like because I also and like we're gonna have to talk. Oinkers and I are gonna have to talk, but that's a separate thing. So I give that whole thing. I say Tiago was there. But I don't know that he was the melon person because I saw his essence of him.
Correct.
So I just say Tiago was there. Cyril
By
was
the melon
there,
cart.
you know, and like the other 2 were there that Haldir knows. And like I didn't see them teleport away or whatever. I just saw them up on the rooftop.
Right.
So
yeah, the only person that saw him teleport away was Haldir.
Yeah.
How did they teleport?
I didn't see them teleport, right? So I don't know that that's the headband.
Right. Only Haldir saw that.
Yeah.
But you, Michael, saw a couple of them teleport
Yeah.
by touching the headband on their head, and you saw the same thing, Haldir.
And the big slad lady was in the middle of the street when she did it, right? Like
Oh yeah, she was. I
Yeah,
would've
well,
seen
yeah,
that.
she was backing into the alley. She had to turn back. She had to turn into a human before the headband appeared and touch it. So she apparently couldn't do it in slod form.
Right.
Were these headbands common in your future you talked about?
You didn't see these in the future,
No.
but they look like they've got little LED screens on them. So they're clearly technology from the future.
So I say no, but there is some technology that looks with similar lights and screens. They're powered by Godstones.
And each one had one embedded in the forehead.
Because we don't have the huge web of things connecting and powering everything
Right.
simultaneously here.
Exactly.
So you said that you went to a future and you're not sure if it was in our timeline or not.
Hello.
Did you have
So
any
all
idea?
all those places where
Did we win?
Well, the world was not destroyed.
So that must be a good
in this
sign.
timeline, yes. But I killed that Kenku. I killed him when I was there. So that's and
Well, are you sure it
I
managed to
assume
heal itself pretty
I
quickly?
mean, either that Kenku is hundreds of years old, in the place where I killed him, and what we saw today was his younger self, or he's been sent back from a different timeline, or I guess he could have been sent back in an intermediary part of the next timeline. I'll come him in the future. Time travel is just sticky.
Yeah, it really is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody, let's get a big whiteboard with some markers.
We just start drawing on
Do little arrows.
Just lines of red string just running from portraits all
Where
over the place.
For
Yeah.
that meme with
Yeah.
the guy on the board, like
100% are, because you have to be at this point. All right, so you guys are sailing for a while doing this.
We spend the rest of the night, and I'm not hiding anything from these people. So I even tell Haldir about my first encounter with who I don't even know his name. We call him Grabby Hands, and I describe how the powers that he seems to have, and how they are a threat as well. Obviously, they are getting worse, and so are we. We know Tiago Reese's name. We don't know the other one's name.
It's so weird how there's never been that moment where you're like, and you are.
What's your name?
Can everybody just stop just for a second? We need some introductions.
Yeah, it's weird because they fought 3 times now, like 3 big, huge encounters, and they still have no idea. Right?
Can I just 1 second? Okay.
Look,
Well,
we're
what's
gonna
your
do this, but Zion, Doro, right?
I think it's because we don't talk. We just point. We're all pointer people. We're like you.
We need a full-on anime, introduction sequence.
We fucking do. I wish I had $50,000 or $100,000 or $200,000 or $1 million, whatever it would cost to get the equivalent of the old X-Men cartoon intro with all of you. Yeah, that's that. I've always wanted that. If I ever sell out, if someone ever wants to buy Godsfall, and I like the all I want is that cartoon entry as part of the deal, and I'll get it for us. I promise. Also, you all get money, obviously.
I was like, please pay me too.
We're trying to establish a timeline, and I also want to learn from Haldir absolutely everything he's willing to give. As far as what happened in this future, supposedly, who all was there, were there any signs of us? How did we make it? Obviously the world wasn't destroyed, but did we do that? Did somebody else do that? Did we just die?
I don't know how much everybody's listened to, if anybody's listened to the previous ones, so I can recap. Or, so what I want to tell the party is pretty much everything that happened, excluding,
what do you not want to tell them?
So excluding the fact that it is Big Daddy Haldir is kind of the over. So I want to be, instead he is this other figure, that was able to connect to me. He clearly has these incredible powers. As soon as I popped up, he just knew I was there. We don't know who it is.
Got you.
Give
him a name. Give him a name. What's his name?
Give him a name.
Yeah. Gotta give him a name.
I feel your pain.
Yeah.
Why would I? Why would
because
I know
you
his
have
name?
to because you would be giving names for everything. You wouldn't just say this powerful figure.
Derek!
You would say Mayor whatever.
That's
or,
true.
Or you know what I mean?
Switch your name around. Instead of Haldir, it's dear old or
Dear
something
old.
like that.
Dear old. No.
Dear old.
No, we
I
have
don't know,
cereal. That's too
like,
confusing. Never mind.
Dear old.
No, we have cereal.
Like
What's going to be
Daryl.
too bad?
Not.
He's not. Haldir's not the Riddler. He's not going to rearrange the letters and present it.
Yes, he is.
Hold on.
sure?
I'm gonna find one.
I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I would very much like to be wrong.
Riddle me this.
So we can stick. You know what? I'll stick with the Lord of the Rings theme. Elro here.
Elro here. Okay. All right. So Haldir presents this story.
Also, I don't want to talk about the, the camera thing.
Oh, I totally, yeah. Of course you fucking don't. No, I get that. All right. So Haldir presents a story in which he appears in the past because Caitlin took him there. Caitlin was trapped inside this giant network.
Appeared in the future.
But did I say the past?
Yes.
You
I
said
think
the
you did
past,
say
yes.
past, yeah.
Haldir traveled into the future because Caitlin basically was like, I can connect to things, and Haldir had a thought like, well, let's bridge. And I asked him what they were both thinking about, and you both got shot into the future because you rolled badly, and sometimes the bridge goes badly. When you appeared there as you. However, Caitlin was pulled into this network because in the future, there's a huge amount of Godstone batteries. They are everywhere, and they are powered by all of the gods. So you never really understood exactly what was going on, but how it was understood is that the gods have been contained and are used as power to replace electricity in a future world. Everything is just, instead of having a magical weave, it's a divine weave, and therefore it powers all of these things that have Godstone batteries on them, so that they just constantly recharge energy from this weave. It's like wireless power everywhere.
Well, does Haldir ever describe to us if he ever even saw any of these gods? If this is more like a what is it called, a Matrix situation with people in like batteries, or is this more of a like, electrical bender like from Legend of Korra, like that are choo choo?
So I don't think Haldir knew that they were using gods to power this stuff at all.
You
right?
just know it's divine energy. So it's
right.
from the gods, but you don't know how it's operating. Right.
And I know that like God powered, like Godstones and other things can power things in this world with
correct
electricity and so when Haldir was there before, he just chalked it up to future technology, right? Because there was so much that's different. So he wasn't concerned with, how does this electricity thing work? He
right.
was
You weren't necessarily considering how it was being generated. You were just considering its use.
Right.
Which is very fucking Haldir.
Right. Which is very not what Zion would have been doing. But yeah.
Right. Zion would have been like, how is this being made? Right. What is the cost?
And how can I do it better?
So you would learn about that. You would learn that demigods are prevalent and are used by different factions. All of them basically function as superheroes in the future, right? They're all well known. They all, many of them wear bright costumes, right? And have whole separate identities. You tell about all the demigods you engaged with, I imagine, including the unicorn, who's the demigod of neighborhoods. And there was what else was there? Oh, there was a fucking lizard boy. What the hell are they called? Little dragon.
Kobold?
Yes, there was a kobold who was the demigod of wealth and had a gang that were all like middle,
the Golden Goths.
Yeah, they were called the Golden Goths, and they were all like stockbrokers and middle managers, young guys who felt oppressed by their underlings who worked for them, that was like demanded too much and so would like join this gang so they could beat the shit out of like them and take money from them, and like that was the whole function of their gang, was to get back the worst fucking people. That was it, right? That was everyone. And then you told them about Bang Bang, you told them about Balaam. So you guys get filled in with all the demigods in the future, and that there's apparently this guy who runs everything, because he like the country of Kadar has become a corporation, and that corporation is called Kadaria, and it is run by an elf named what? What's the name you came up with?
Elrohir.
And this elf named Elrohir, and who appears to have like godlike powers, runs the entire thing, and all these demigods work for him. And if those demigods are here, it's probably because he sent them. Is that all fair? You would say all those things?
Yes.
All right. So and then in order to get back here, Caitlin moved from a couple different machines until finally
she was the ghost in the machine.
She was the ghost in the machine until finally she directed him back towards this well, which is this this constantly falling waterfall that they've made in remembrance after basically a terrorist attack, and they had to go into like the equivalent of all the demigods that announced themselves and have public identities. It was the mutant it was the Mutant Registration Act of this era, right? So he found out about all that, and then because that well had so much energy focused on it, they were able to use that to power up their own divinities and get back in time, and that's when they appeared with all the water crashing through your guys' hotel room.
Is
basically.
that well the same one that's in Escape the Union that they
It's not.
Okay.
That is not the same well as in Escape the Union. The one in Escape the Union was an actual well. It wasn't that big.
Okay.
This is like 100 feet across. That's why several thousand gallons of water crashed through your room.
Does Haldir know the names of the two? Like when he references, does he reference them by their name or just like description?
Which ones?
For Bomb and Balaam.
Yeah, I know their names.
You name all of them,
Okay.
right? You say Bang
Yep.
Bang and Balam and everyone. Yeah.
But you never saw Grabby Hands or Tiago Reese in the future.
No, I never saw any gods, with the exception of potentially over here, who I only saw very briefly. But the others are demigods.
Do you mention that this elf has shit? What's his name? What's the god of order? Why can't I think of his name? The old one.
Cyril?
The old
the
one.
old one.
Oh, the old
Yeah,
one.
Baros.
Do you
Baros.
mention that this elf in the future has Baros's pyramid?
No.
All right, that's what you guys know. And also, he did kill Bang Bang, so he killed Bang Bang. He shot him dead, so he should be dead.
Apparently not.
Or I did, and this is just his younger self.
Alternate Bang Bang.
I mean, Zion, you know that there's magic, that there was magic, and possibly is still magic that could resurrect people. In fact, Para's not unsure he couldn't do it. He
Right.
basically brought Brannick back from the dead once. And he's
Yeah.
pretty sure, he doesn't want to test it, but he's pretty sure he could bring someone back from the dead.
Right. I mean, technically speaking, he's a level 8 cleric, so
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah,
We've also
just with
seen other
fire.
things of like different people being like different places. Cause like didn't we see like when we saw Dudala do her like weird thing, she was like somebody else. And then when we were with Fate and
Totally.
Time, they like kind of showed us like other versions of themselves doing stuff.
Absolutely. So yeah, when you guys saw Fate and Time working together,
Yeah.
what you saw was this big, huge globe, and there's all these little tendrils coming out, trying to get to the edge of this globe, but they all would just either vanish before they did, or they'd get to the edge and they'd be stopped. And anyone that got close to the edge before it got stopped, they would pluck it out and try and pull it into this world. So basically, the god of time was sending the god of fate on missions to grab people or things or objects and pull them into this world in order to try and disrupt this timeline. That's their entire goal. And that's why they've been doing what they're doing. That's what you were able to ascertain. So yeah, it could be one of these timelines. It could be anything.
now I have to wonder if we could launch something into orbit.
Yes.
Like if I were to
oh.
say fly Doug really, really high, not Doug, Doro really, really high, and then he uses his telescope or whatever it's called, spyglass, and then shoots it into orbit.
Michael, all we would have to do is build a telescope powerful enough to see like the surface of the moon or something. And then if I could see it, I could just put something there.
That's not untrue. That is completely true.
I've already thought about this. I've wanted
Yeah.
to teleport Para
Well-
as like a last ditch limit break attack of teleporting Para at like 2 inches from the sun and be like, now shoot the planet. And him be
None of you know about this, but Doro and Para had a little side conversation where they agreed that if you guys are facing a bad that is so big that it has to be stopped, and there's no other option, he will teleport Para into the sun, and Para will get one fucking gigantic nuke attack to turn a laser beam back towards the planet and blast the hell out of whatever you're facing. They've actually planned for this. Because he will die after that. He will be dead.
Oh yeah, we'll
But-
both die from it because I'll
Yeah.
have to stay in space to create a gate for him to shoot through.
100%.
Because it won't get to the
100
planet fast
You
enough.
need to
so-
you need to aim it. He needs
Yeah.
to fire. You need to aim.
I'd
You'll
have
both
to build.
die.
I'd have to create a portal up there, and then one where it's coming out, and then blast someone with 2 inches from the sun of the sun god.
But if we're a high enough level, we wouldn't die, wouldn't we? Because we're gods technically at that point.
Wouldn't if you
gods
just
can
created
always die.
I mean, yeah, gods fall. But
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's kind of the point of the whole show.
But why would you need Para for that? Can't you just put a portal in the sun and then also a portal where you want someone
He
to
can't
die?
get that far, right? He can
Yeah, I can't
teleport
get close
Para
enough to the
there
sun.
to focus the energy, and then he has to be there to get it basically narrowed in and get it to. So it's just going to be a 2-chain system. It needs both of them. They
Yeah,
basically
if
have to form a
it's like a
bridge across
magnifying
the
glass.
universe.
He has to magnifying
Yeah.
glass it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just them extending the bridge. It's literally
need the
just
bridge.
making a bridge between the sun and the earth in order to fucking zap one big bad. And let me tell you, it's gonna work if they pull it off. It's definitely gonna work.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that would kill anything.
Anything you want to, and probably a lot of things nearby.
Yeah,
I would imagine.
Well, we did just like level a village, so
The surface of the sun is X amount of degrees. Let's say that you fired that in a focused beam. let's say that beam is only 10 feet wide. But let's say it's a 10-foot wide beam of that temperature. If that suddenly appears in our atmosphere and was to strike a point on the ground, what would happen?
It would
Might
ignite
create a
the
black
air.
hole?
It would sear the air and the
Would
water
it
in
ignite the
and
air?
stuff.
Would
Yeah.
it would
If
it
it was hot
destroy
enough,
the whole planet? Is it that kind of thing, or is
I
it
think it would tear a hole in the atmosphere at the very
certainly
least.
right?
And
But would it?
Destroy space-time itself? Like,
I don't think it would do that.
I don't
But
think
would
it'd
it
do
wreck
that,
the Earth?
yeah.
Like,
it's
would it be
about
too much?
10,000. So the temperature of the sun is about 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay.
And you want to condense that into.
But the
laser
surface
beam.
is.
I wonder what happens if a beam of 10,000 degrees that's 10 feet wide suddenly appears in our atmosphere and on the surface.
How hot is a nuclear explosion?
Someone's
That's a
had to
good
have done
point.
this math.
That's a really good point. Hang on. Nuke explosion temp. About 100 million degrees Celsius.
So we
So
already
I think
kinda
we're okay.
do this. Yeah,
This
we
is
already
fine.
kind of do this.
This is perfectly fine. He can create this beam. I would say that it would ignite everything within 100 feet instantly, right? But otherwise than that, I think we're fine. However, if you are listening and you are informed,
yeah. A scientist
Yes.
of some kind.
Science side of podcast.
Science
if you
bros.
actually have knowledge, please contact us on Twitter at Godsfall, or me at Vardian, or the show. That's at Godsfall. So just contact us. We'll be there. We actually want to know. But let's just assume that yes, you two could pull this off, kill whatever you want, but you both have to die in order for it to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be my first character.
No, it would be like Para would go out in a flash, but you would go out kind of like holding your breath, focusing this thing, trembling as you just kind of silently drift away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That seems very
Yeah.
tier though. God of tier kind of.
Well, except his blood would boil. And
He'd be dead.
But it would be it's like the path ends, Like it's
Yeah. Oh, that's nice. That's where the sidewalk ends.
yeah.
Right there,
Jesus
space.
Christ.
Teardrop.
So, is there anything else that you guys have to talk about?
I have a question, game mechanic wise, now that you've done this. So before I can teleport to places I can see?
You've always been able to do this because even back when you guys were going through, you had to get the boat through that where the big stone ring was and the weird frog thing showed up and the boat got stuck. Even then, you were using your telescope, and anywhere that you can get where you can make out details, you can teleport to. So if you made a telescope powerful enough to see details of the surface of the moon, you could absolutely.
I'm on a different tangent.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm back to the game. That's fun and all, but back to the game. So can I not do this find the path thing and then see Cyril's ship and just teleport all of us onto his ship?
You could see the ship, but you can't teleport to something you can't physically see. You can't teleport us along those lines.
Physically see it.
Yeah, you would know where he was and how to get there, but you wouldn't.
And are we headed there?
Yeah.
So you are right now. You are going into that direction. Yes, on the boat. Correct.
Yeah.
And then with your telescope, you could literally because you can see God activity, they would flare up on your telescope thing, and you would be like, oh, there it is.
Okay.
Did you want to look through that telescope, Doug?
No, not yet.
Okay.
I know they're
All
over
right.
there. I know we're heading that direction, and I imagine Skyhaven's a bit of a ways away, so it's not like I need to be on top of this every 10 seconds or something. So.
All right, then you guys sail into the night, and as the moon fully comes up, and it's this nice bright moon on this very, very clear, cool night. It's just a really nice evening to be on a boat. And you guys haven't been on a boat in a couple of days, so you kind of missed it, I guess.
In a couple of days. That's how we played this. You haven't been on a boat in a
Yeah.
couple of days.
Right. Yeah, it's been a year since we've recorded, but it's been a couple of days. And as you're
Most of the
sailing,
game is played on a boat.
yeah, right, exactly. And as you're sailing, there is a huge flash of pink and purple energy coming from the south in the direction of the Union. A massive crack of energy. A few seconds later, Oinkers, who has been sleeping on the deck, her head pops up and her ear goes up, and she runs over to Rena and is poking you in the leg.
What?
Points towards where the storm is happening, and then she turns into a skunk and she tucks the tail under her chin so it looks like a beard, and then she's like memes drinking and like, oh,
Torvik,
right. He's like, yes, exactly.
We're playing charades.
Right. And then she still as a skunk, she squeezes her entire body until it's like a cylindrical tower pointing up.
Is the Union? In the Union. Is it?
And she nods, but then she goes no, and then kind of crumbles, like she mimics the whole tower collapsing to the ground.
The Union fell. And Torvik was there? Is Torvik okay? Oh. Okay. Well, and you're sure? You saw it? Torvik saw it. And you saw it through Torvik? Because you're...
Yeah, and she's like now nodding and like she's like confused at this point. But yeah, like it's getting too detailed.
We're both doing
like,
the thing where you turn your heads the opposite directions of each other as you're like trying to figure out questions. You're like,
I'm gonna this is automatically getting the video too, so I'm gonna make a couple of clips, and that's definitely gonna be one that I'm gonna make. But like for the podcast, I'll just add in pig noises whenever you're talking, right? Yeah. So basically, what you get from this is that something has happened to the Union.
Yeah.
Torvik saw it and then connected with Oinkers and told Oinkers to tell you.
I'm gonna probably save the Armiel conversation for like a different time because like the big flash in the sky is like could be our end. So like that's more pressing. So
right, Rita is always very good with prioritizing.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
No, like, that's the one thing she learned in military camp, But
yeah,
this one's pretty easy though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fair.
So she's gonna just like she parkours and is like hanging onto a rope on the side of the ship so that she can like reach her hand in and like essentially try to grab some kind of like sea life something.
Rita's built to the point where like if you were like to hang off a stop sign, you could go sideways.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
She's
Yeah.
like,
So this is nothing to you.
Like,
you just grab a rope with one hand and just like go running along the side of the ship with your hand touching the water, right?
Yeah.
And you reach out and you're able to connect with Golden Barrel, with the god of plants, all the way in the deserts of Ryzon.
Right. So then she just like runs the rest of it and then sits on like the edge of the ship and she props herself up near the front of the ship so she can still see out. But then she's just kind of like holding like the seaweed, or whatever she has. And then she's just gonna like ask to, the air, because obviously that's just kind of how we communicate. She's gonna be like, did the Union fall? Do you know anything of this?
So it's in the middle of the it's in the middle of the void. There are plants though, even in the void. It takes Golden Barrel a while, but they're able to connect and they can sense something. There's very big change is the best they can explain it as. And again, it's all with imagery.
Right.
So you're seeing like big piles of seaweed rise up.
I'm assuming that like they're using like colored plants that are just like popping up on top of the water, like lily pads and things, and we're like, we're using painted imagery, and with Oinkers.
Yeah.
Rena's just really good at the whole getting the picture and and the charades and everything. She's just
if we did Pictionary, Rena would just be cleaning up.
Yeah, she would be cleaning up. She would win this like
half of your conversations are just like charades. That's exactly what they are.
Rena is like queen of non-verbal communication.
You would rather do this. It's actually a lot better than talking.
Yeah.
100%.
She's just like, this is it. Also, before she starts this whole conversation, she makes sure Armiel is not on the deck, not in the crow's nest, not
that's fair.
In viewing.
Automil has gone off to meditate for the night.
He's trancing, so she like doesn't want him around.
That's fair.
Also, so Rena's, how are you doing? How is the temple that you've been in? Have you felt anything more about Para? Anything like
Who are you asking this? I'm sorry.
I'm still. This is back to Golden Barrel. We're having a conversation.
Oh, got you. Okay, yes. I'm sorry. I thought you were asking Oinkers.
No.
Oinkers like, what?
Oinkers like, what do you mean?
Golden Barrel shows the temple. Golden Barrel shows forests and flowers and beauty all around. Like the entire ocean blooms all around you in this explosion of beauty. You all see it. It's incredible. You're suddenly sailing through fields and flowers, and then they all fall back under the water.
So no one's tried to come to the temple that you're at.
Apparently not.
Okay. Just making sure that they're okay.
Yep. Yeah, they seem to be okay. Yeah, they seem a little bit more concerned now that they've spoken to you, but they seem okay.
Rena asked, like, would you like to know what we've been through? Would you like me to tell you what's happened?
They seem like they understand, like they can ask their own questions. They can just go to every plant in the area and just know what happened.
Right.
So they don't, you know what? Your memories aren't great. You humans with your human minds, no, I'm just going to go ahead and, I'm going to go ahead and find out exactly actually what happened, but thank you.
And then asking, have you ever heard through the plants of people that have traveled to the future?
That is a very big thing to ask. They will have to get back to you.
Okay.
Basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like a later, kind of.
Yeah, right. Exactly. ... Give me, a couple days to talk to the planet.
Yeah.
And I'll get back to you.
And I assume that, like, Rena, there's, like, obviously Rena's closer to, like, nature things in general. So she isn't, like, disturbed by the fact that they're like, I have to talk a little bit and then I'll get back to you, because she's under the impression that, like, they're going to be talking more often, so she's kind of like, we're probably going to be doing
waiting
check-ins
for them to contact you. Right. Exactly.
So
yeah,
she's just like,
that's smart. You might as well talk to your allies and constantly be telling them what you're doing. That's a very smart thing.
Right.
Take inspiration for that, because that is a very good move. So yeah, they are definitely going to check in with you if they can figure anything out. Just out of curiosity, have any of you ever asked Golden Barrel if the World Storm actually covers the whole world?
I don't think we've ever asked him about the World Storm.
Yeah.
No, you've never had a conversation about that. Okay, gotcha.
Because, like,
Understood.
I think we already think that, like, plants don't exist in the World Storm, so why he probably
That's
wouldn't
fair.
know.
What would exist? How would he know?
Yeah,
Okay, yeah,
it's just
absolutely.
such an ingrained part of our worldview that
You just assume.
that's the end of the world. So
Yep.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
And then Rena asks, I have a question, and I was wondering, because I haven't been able to look at books as about this or anything like that, but she asked Golden Barrel, do you know where my temple to Jodar is?
Steelbeard lets out a low, rumbling moan as his eyes fill with glowing star moths. The deck in front of Rena buckles as vines explode from it, forming a topographical map of the mile-wide canals of Skyhaven. They peel back to reveal cavernous chambers beneath, stone wrapped in steel and bathed in steam. One of these vaults blooms with pink and purple lilacs, mimicking the prismatic light of divine force energy. The scene collapses and rises anew. A valley as lush and sprawling as the Godsfield in Wessel sits in the shadow of a massive plateau. Huge dragon-like lizards of all kinds roam this fertile valley. The camera settles on a gnarled tree at the top of a rocky hill, bent back by wind and time to form a bench. The wood has been worn smooth by many visitors who stopped here to rest on their travels. The scene changes again as vines and flowers twist together to form the Lygun Mountains in southern Wessel. A handful of wide amphitheaters have been carved into the tops of these peaks, and Steelbeard's low hum seems to resonate from them. The scene changes one last time. Vine and flower peel away, leaving only a layer of sand behind. Leaves fan at the edges, kicking up cyclones of dust and parting the center to reveal a wide chasm. At the edge of this blasted desert, bare roots poke through shifting seagrass to represent the Thousand Fang Sea of Kadar's scorched eastern shore. Along the edge of the Mav Mordecai, more roots twist and bend to form the Kasari ruins. This was once a vast grassland teeming with horses, and the heart of the Kadarian military machine. Steelbeard lets out one more booming note, and the plants and flowers recede into the ocean.
Because she wants to visit, to be honest.
You know what? It makes real sense for you guys to all power up and find out
it's
what happened
I
in
have a
Torvik.
notebook, and in the notebook there's a page that is like, we need to visit our temples. That's like,
And so wait, what would you say? Now we're gonna wrap up, but like, what would you say would be your goals in the next game with the information you now know, all of you?
Oh, all of us?
Yeah. What are your individual goals, and I guess your group goals? You got to choose, I suppose.
Well, I'd want to visit people's temples because I know like we can power up when we visit our temples.
Sure. What about you, Michael?
Okay. Well, obviously we're on our A mission is to figure out what happened to Caitlin and make sure that she's okay because she's one of our most powerful allies. And if they're going to weaponize her against us, then that's bad news.
Yeah.
Not that she would do so willingly, but who knows what they do. But as far as side missions and that sort of thing, like, of course, visiting temples would be great if we have time. And now that we can teleport a lot faster, then great. But we should also, I want to research better that gem that Rena has, and figure out the malevolence within it. Is that something that we can work with, or should I just get Doro to shoot it into the sun?
And no, like just a general thing. Rena won't hand the gem that has the black ichor in it to anyone.
Sure, because you think it would just take him over.
Just because she already knows that like she's technically already been tainted with it, and then she thinks because she's luck that she can temper it easier than everybody else could.
That makes sense.
If it was like,
I mean, it's a bad bet, but it makes sense.
Yeah, no, she knows that it's a bad bet, but she knows that she like is taking that on.
All right, that's fair. All right, excellent. So you want to find out what's in those stones, and you want to get to Torvik, I'd imagine. Is that kind of what your plan is?
No, not to Torvik, no. He left of his own volition, and I assume he can fly back if he wants to.
Yeah.
Like,
Very,
here's the thing.
very fair.
Also, we have
at this at this point
That's
in the
true.
game, or at this point in the story or whatever, like, we all have big boy pants. Like,
Yeah.
that's the thing. So, like,
Oinkers is going to decide to return because Oinkers is concerned about.
And I think Oinkers
about Torvik.
should.
Yeah.
And-
So I would say that Oinkers then says goodbye to all of you, and especially Rena, because you guys have kind of,
We have to have our
like a
army
special
talk before she
bond.
goes. That's the only thing.
What would you want to do, Haldir?
I feel like we need to refocus. Why is everybody talking about side quests when the world's about to end? So can we go ahead and do whatever we need to do to prevent that from happening? Like, what's the process? Was the union important for that? Because that collapsing might be a really big deal. Like these are the sorts of things that I need to talk to the group about. Like,
Yep.
We were here. Did we have
you saying
a plan?
that like this is what? No, you guys are crazy. We have to do this. Are you saying that out loud
Yeah.
right now? Para
Sure, yeah.
is like
I mean-
barely awake. Like he is laying on the deck with his head in Zion's
All right,
lap.
we can
and
talk about it in the
Zion
morning,
is
then.
stroking his hair. But even though he's barely awake, Para's got his hand up and he's like, I agree with Haldir. Whatever's going on there is more important than anything else we have to do. And if Torvik thought it was important enough to go in there alone, then we need to get there.
Like, what's the point of the union? Why does it exist?
Do you
Right?
guys
To hold it-
know?
Do we know that? I don't.
Yeah, do you
No,
guys
off the top
know
of my
what the
head.
point of the union is? What is the
Didn't
official
Kodivo
story
told
that you
us?
know?
the official story that we know, is that it was used to hold that one god. And
Right. So you know
was
what
a
its
prison.
original purpose was to test.
well, we don't know the
demigods.
original purpose.
Oh, you don't know that. Okay, so you
Yeah.
know that it was turned into a prison. Well, that it and the world storm was used to contain the god of chaos.
So if that's collapsed, now that's one defense that's gone.
Right.
So finding out more
But
about
we
that
all
might be
we all
extremely
knew that was coming though, and that's why we were trying to power up
Okay.
as much
Right.
as possible.
Yeah.
Right, but it shouldn't have happened for 6 months. That's the next time the world storm would have fallen. But the world storm has fallen, and something has happened to the Union.
Right, but it's not like we can just like pop there anymore. So like any more than anything else,
Well, you've been there, and there's a very large godstone in the observatory. So there's that. You could try, if you all made a bridge, if you all focused that bridge energy
No, you'd send us
into
to
Doro
the future, the past, or
and
some other.
into Steelbeard, there is no reason why Doro wouldn't be able to possibly teleport you across the planet in a ship all together and plunk you down next to where you need to be.
If we
Could
risk
it
it,
happen? Yes.
And just to be clear, Haldir's not like we have to go see the Union. Haldir's like we have to do whatever is necessary to save the fucking planet. So
Right.
like if you don't think, Zion, that going to the Union is the best way to go about that right now, maybe that's something we put off for a later date if you guys already expected it was coming. But what we need to talk about is not about finding temples, is not about anything except next steps from preventing the god of chaos from destroying the earth. So
Right. Well, see, part of the problem though is that Caitlin is a key component to doing
Yeah,
that.
I was gonna say it was like because we could go back to before the Union fell with Caitlin and Doro.
okay, so then let's go find Caitlin.
Yeah,
Right, exactly.
I was gonna say this has been my main concern since I found out they took her. Like,
Yeah.
it doesn't even matter if we find all of Superman's artifacts because
Right. I'm not even worried about that anymore.
yeah,
that's Serena's
like,
problem.
Caitlin
So,
could
Yeah.
undo
Yeah.
all of that. So
Yeah.
it doesn't like we have to find Caitlin now. Basically,
Right.
That's what I am scanning the surface to find that other ship.
Well, I
I want to get to that ship.
Yeah, but
right,
I
because
could
now that
grab
I know
the-
that she can time travel, like, for help. I mean,
Right.
like,
Well,
that
no,
in
she
the
didn't
wrong
do
hands.
it on purpose. So
Yeah.
he,
Well,
like,
I didn't lift a stone on purpose at first. I mean,
that's
like,
fair.
Whatever.
No, that's
like,
fair.
we
Right.
get-
If she can
we
do
get
it, she
there.
can do it again. That is
Right.
completely fair. Oh, absolutely.
Practice,
fuck it.
practice.
Yeah. Let's go. Like, when was this guy? Okay, this guy's name is Tiago Reese. When was he bored? Let's go there. Okay.
Right. Hello,
Done.
Tiago
Yeah.
Reese, baby.
Oh, you are a very agile baby, but you are still a baby.
It throws its rattle and it goes around the room and then down your throat and you choke and die.
It
or
ends
something.
up being like
what?
a really tough fight. Like you walk out with two black eyes, your lips all busted up. Like you're like, what? That was hard, but I did kill him.
With a little baby scratch on your
Those fucking nails, man, they're like knives.
Baby nails are the worst.
Hey people, my name is Aram, my pronouns are he, him, and welcome back to Godsfall. This season we are premiering each episode with a special video-enhanced version of the podcast. You can join cast and crew for a live weekly watch party Sundays at 8 p.m. Eastern on twitch.tv/Godsfall. Don't want to wait for more? We've got you covered. You can listen to the next episode right now by heading over to patreon.com/Godsfall.
Hi, my name is Niall, my pronouns are he, him, and I'm playing Torvik Wildtongue, the arisen god of beasts. So it's Javiel?
I have to look at my notes. I think so. 1 second.
And Moravi.
Javiel and Morabi, the demigods of bears and owls.
Bears and owls. Fantastic. Are Caitlin's owlbears named, or are they just baby owlbears? They're just two of them.
I don't think we ever named them.
Okay.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe we ever named them. So they're not also named Morabi and Javiel as far as I know.
No, they are not. I know that much.
The last time that he saw the whole group was when they were coming into Capania. So they had just dealt with the line and with the demigod of the astral realm, who turned out to be quite a bitch.
Tuala.
But helpful to have at the time. It actually worked out well. Without her, that would have been a much harder fight. So it was nice. Although they probably wouldn't have attacked had she not engaged with them. So either way. But right as they were pulling in.
We would have thought, though.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Right as they were pulling into Capania, I guess Torvik, the way that we did it is that Torvik was like, look, I got to go deal with my kids. I got to go do something. Like, I've just been ignoring this. Feel free to play him however you wish. The main character notes was that he was pretty slovenly, but we don't have to stick with that either.
Yeah,
you can adapt him to however you want.
About.
He did drink a lot. There was no doubt about that. Torvik has been at the Spear of Jarden for several weeks now. He met his kids. That went pretty well. You and Benegrit don't really know each other that well. It was kind of a one-night stand that he was like, I'm not sure how it went. I'm pretty sure he was like, do I roll Constitution? I was like,
he rolled
sure.
a nat
And then you
20.
rolled a nat 20. Yeah.
On your
Well, fuck
Wikipedia,
you.
it's referred to as a nut 20, which is absolutely hilarious.
I've never seen that. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
That's so funny. But yeah, that's what happened. And so you went there. Your kids are the equivalent of like somewhere around 5 or 6 in human years, right?
Yeah.
So they're active toddlers. They're very engaged. Javiel is sweet, perhaps a little not dumb, but just kind of a himbo-ish, I would say. He's not dumb, but he doesn't get things right away, and he confuses things, and it doesn't really register, and he does things that are not safe.
So kind of bullheaded, like a bear.
Yeah, like a bear, exactly. Fortunately, his sister looks out for him, and she's very bookish. She's very quiet and contemplative until something is wrong. And then she's very loud, right? But she basically looks out for her brother. They're the same age, but she may as well be an older sister. And that's more or less how they work. They're both demigods that can shape change. They can only shape change within their special realm. So she can turn into any kind of owl, whether it's a small owl or a giant owl or whatever, and he can turn into any kind of bear, whether it's a Kodiak bear or a brown bear or whatever. He can be any kind of bear. Eventually, he might be able to even be an owl.
Could she turn into an owl bear?
Which would be fun. But right now, they turn into bears, and the largest bear he can turn into is a polar bear, which is very impressive for being 6.
The second largest bear there is.
He is a 6-year-old boy who can become a polar bear, which is concerning. More concerning, though, is that Marabi can fly. So
yeah,
you've got a 6-year-old that can fly, and that's very problematic. But Benegrit's been doing a great job. She is a fantastic mom. She's a little strict because she is, after all, the captain of the guard, in addition to being a mom now. The rest of her crew is great. It's a skeleton crew of about 24, which is just enough to maintain the Spear of Jarden and do a daily patrol. They used to have a full staff here, right? There used to be a contingent of over 200, but nothing ever happened. Nothing ever came out of the void. The whole point of the Spear of Jarden was to be a bulwark against anything that came out of that storm, because they still expected a god to walk out or some sort of horrible thing, maybe a dragon who hadn't been seen in 100 years. Nothing has ever come out of that storm. So you're down to a skeleton crew and the captain.
Because that's a great idea when gods are coming back into the world. Leave this place unmanned.
Well, I mean, they
not unmanned, but
yeah, not unmanned, but yeah, I mean, it's like anywhere else. Like the second we stop worrying about something, it becomes forgotten. That's how human beings are. You know, it's out of sight, out of mind. We've never had to deal with this, so clearly it's not a threat anymore.
Yeah,
that's just how we operate. Sadly, you know,
it's the human mind or any kind of species in this world.
It's just how we operate. Out of sight, out of mind.
That's it.
So, how do you think Torvik would be in this situation?
When he first arrives, he's probably terrified of even like having to commit as being a father, but he's also excited.
Yeah.
And I guess the more he gets to know the kids, the more he's just having an absolute great time with them. Like, you know, he's running around with Javiel.
Yeah.
Sorry. He's running around with Javiel as like a bear. And then like, you know, Marabi will fly by and he'll like kind of jump and change from a bear into an owl and fly around with her for a while. And by the end of the day, the two kids will be exhausted, and he honestly just wants to drink because he's also exhausted.
Well, you're in a good place. They have good dwarven ale here, so that'll work out well.
He'll like try his best to get to know Benegrit, but like even from the last time, she like doesn't dislike him as far as he knows, but she also doesn't want anything to do with him in a relationship kind of viewpoint.
Yeah, she knew what was going on. They were pretty open with her about what they were doing. And she's like, well, you have to go save the world. So, okay. I mean, it's kind of a very military kind of thing here. Like I know you're not going to be around. I've accepted that you're not going to be around. I'm in it for the kids.
Yeah.
If you're around, great. If dad wants to help out, great. But I am fully capable and I'm in it because I want kids. So that's kind of where she's at. She's happy to see you. And there's assumedly still an attraction there. So it's kind of like seeing, it's like a long distance relationship that you got to see for the first time in what seems like quite a while.
Probably something that might have ended, but not because you were on bad terms, just because it wasn't the time or place.
Yeah, I would say you're probably almost as excited to see her as the kids. Obviously, The kids are the main thing, and that has been great. You guys spent so much time. I mean, the entire time you've spent with the main group has been on the run. You never really stopped. You never took a chance to just breathe and, come to terms with who you are, your place in the world, all of that. And now you've actually had that time to kind of slow down, play with the kids, just spend a couple weeks just being yourself and being a dad.
Now, that said, every morning he does get up early and fly a perimeter around to see if anyone is approaching, either as a hawk, some kind of bird with very good vision, just to see if there's any approaching ships, anything out of the ordinary that wasn't there yesterday, because he's still paranoid, especially after facing the line and everything else that's been going on.
This like the third week you've been there. You get up in the morning and you're kind of like walk to the tallest tower, stretch, get some of that fresh void air. Right? And before you take off, you feel a little tug at your leg, and there is more Robbie. And she's in her little dressing gown, and she's got a little chubby hand grabbing your pant leg.
Oh, Morabi, how are you? What are you doing up here?
Hi, I'm coming. Well, we're both coming. And then she looks, and Javil's kind of like tucked around the corner, peeking around. Like, is it okay?
Let me go out first and just stretch my wings and make sure everything's safe. Then I'll come back and we can go and have a good time. All right?
Oh, we have to go on patrol too, because someone has to protect this place when you leave.
How about this? I will go out and do it myself today, and then after I'm done, I'll bring you on the route around to show you what I normally do. Is that a fair compromise?
And she looks up at you, and she looks back at Morabi, and she's like, mm-mm. And she just jumps out the window. Plummets straight down and effortlessly turns into this giant owl as she's falling down. And like her control over her forms is better than yours.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, she's just she grew up doing it. Like, all right,
it's just second nature. And her wings pop out, and then she flies back up, and Javil is now running for the window.
I grab him. It's like, you can't fly. What are you doing?
And she's like, but Sister Alba, she always catches me. Watch, throw me.
First, you show me how small you can turn.
And he turns into like this little brown cub. So you're now holding this little bear cub with these bright green eyes.
All right. Your mother's not around, is she?
Mm-mm.
I chuck him.
Right? Like little bear, way! And she swoops in and grabs him, and they both fly up. And now she's just doing lazy circles around the tower with her brother just clutched in her claws.
Okay, Torvik just wants to take a look down at the base of the tower to make sure that Benegrit's not around.
Roll me a not a spot. What the hell do we do in D&D?
That would be a perception, right?
Yeah, thank you.
For rolls,
you can roll however.
I'll just roll.
Roll 20. Roll real dice. It doesn't matter.
I'll just do D20. It's
cool.
Convenient. Rolls an 8 plus 2 at 10.
Okay. All right. So you don't see her, but they are attracting a bit of attention.
Okay. So Torvik's like, oh, bloody hell. jumps off, transforms into a sizable eagle, and flies off, screeching for them to follow him, basically.
Exactly. And she's flying around doing a flip. She drops her brother, then flies down and catches him again.
She does
and
that.
They're just
Torvik
giggling.
just like spins back. And if a bird could glare, he's like giving
birds
her...
can glare.
Okay.
Birds are good at that. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like
his death eagle look.
He's like, he would have been the exact same way if he could turn into animals when he was a child.
100%. Who wouldn't? Like, I can go fly. Let's go fly.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So you guys start, I guess, patrolling?
Yeah. So I don't have a map in front of me, but as far as I remember, it's like a river feeding up towards the spear, isn't it?
And then there's a large open pool of salt water at the edge there. And that wide open pool goes towards the giant void, which rises a bit in the center, which is why the water just doesn't fill this whole basin, because it looks like a meteor hit this area, because it did.
Yeah.
So all the mountains along the edge are what's been, they were mountain ranges, but they got forced up and blown up higher than they should be. If you go to the very, very top of the coal spine, you're basically in the upper atmosphere. The mountains go all the way out until it's pretty much nothing, where you can't breathe up there. Gravity actually loosens a bit. So those mountains are far taller than anything we would find here.
There's that big crater, and there's where the cold spine and Titan's Ridge meet.
Yep.
The spear isn't in between those. It's on the opposite side, closer to the void.
Just past it. Yeah, basically. Okay. They kind of built out all on this side. Yeah.
Okay. So Torvik would, obviously he's not going to fly all the way to where the Titan's Ridge and the cold spine meet, because that's quite a distance, but he'll do along one side up to a certain extent when you can, in the distance, see, where the ranges meet. He doesn't need to see it perfectly, and then he'll patrol over the ocean and then come back up. So, like, he'll fly, say, along the cold spine up to a certain point, then cut across, and then come back down by Titan's Ridge, and just really make sure along the ground and there's no boat or anything like that. Nothing out of the ordinary, nothing different that he'd normally see.
So the only other feature then would be what's called the Impossible Road. It is a unbroken, perfectly straight road that goes from the Spear of Jarden to where the Union was. So it just vanishes into the world of Storm, but it stays clear of debris. It never breaks. There's never anything wrong with it. It's just a perfect road that's always there because the gods built it.
That said, it's not just the Five Kingdoms side that he's taking a look at, actually, because when he comes back, he looks through the void as well he can, because, he was there with the rest of them when they saw God of Chaos banging on the walls trying to get in.
That's going to leave a indelible mark in your memory, I would imagine.
Yeah.
You sweep along the side of the Five Kingdoms. Nothing seems out of order. There's a couple animals that you interact with to kind of show the kids, like, oh, this is this and this is that. And you're just kind of like, being a normal dad, just answering an endless flood of questions as you take them on a field trip, basically. Mm-hmm. As you come back into the void area and you're flying along the road just to keep an eye on it, there are occasionally people on it. Every week there's someone who is going to the world of Storm. There have been these little communities that have popped up right at the edge of worshipers, scientists, writers, people looking to live at the very edge of reality. They all are kind of drawn in a constant stream towards the world of Storm over the past 100 years.
Okay, I was going to say this is a constant thing. It's not a recent thing.
Yeah, every year there's a big pilgrimage where people will go to where the world storm falls every single year. But that's not going to happen for another half a year. But there are people who just live there all year round, who don't just come for that 1 year, because there's a lot of people that will just rush into the void once the world storm drops and just find things. There was a huge gods battle here. There are still artifacts buried in the sand right by the right by where the Union is. And there's also people who feel that if they could get into the Union, they'd they would, tap some limitless power or divine energy. There are people that believe that there are literally thousands of magical items that have been gathered and locked within it. So there's a lot of treasure seekers. And then just a lot of people who believe that the one true God, Zavan, is still in the world storm.
So I'd imagine there's like probably small towers and stuff that people use to like look out and see if they can spot any treasures and stuff like that.
Totally.
Over the years, the camp just expands along the edge of the...
One of them at the very end of this road has expanded to the point of being a town. It's called a variety of names, most of them derisive. Fool's Folly. Some people call it Zealot's Hold. Most of the people in the town call it Oasa. And right now, as you're flying over this main road, you are seeing a large wooden wagon made out of ironwood, round and bulbous. It looks like it barely is supported on its wheels. The 4 oxen that were pulling it are slaughtered. Their blood is splayed out all across the sands. The wagon is like a little bit off the road and tipping rather precariously, and on top of it are 3 dwarves, 2 younger dwarves with crossbows, and then an older woman who is ordering them as sand lampreys swirl around them and try and get up on the wagon.
All right, and sand lampreys are what? They're basically just like lampreys. And how large would they be?
Think like little dunes, right? Little dune worms, maybe 5 or 6 feet long, enough to kill you.
Yeah, for sure. My kids are still with me, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to, with them, swoop onto the top of the carriage and turn into Torvik. Immediately with my shield, not my axe out, but like my hand on the shift, I have just been like, don't panic, I'm here to help.
As you say that, a sand lamprey lunges up onto the side, so it's like kind of leaning on it, and the whole thing rocks to the side. Not quite enough to get up on the wagon, but enough to be scary. What's that, Dad? What's that? They're now turned into kids around you. Right?
You two, stay put, don't move. Would I recognize what these are?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You've been here long enough to know there's not that much that lives in the void, so the few things that do would be things you'd be aware of.
So these are not something that I would be able to kind of commune with, or...
These are from somewhere else. They are not from this world. They are not animals, so you can't really talk to it.
So if I use the anti-creature or anti-beast spell...
Anti-life shield.
Yes.
That would definitely work, because that stops all non-plant life, basically. All animal, all fauna. It stops all fauna. So if you were to expel that, it would shove these creatures back.
But not the other people that are there.
Right. No, you just put it around them. Yeah.
Okay. So I would like to use that just to push everything back 10 feet.
How does that work for you?
He takes the haft of his axe and he hits it onto the roof of the ironwood wagon. As he channels his divinity, his eyes glow with the
that purple and pink swirling astral realm. Yeah.
And almost like what Zion does, but like a field kind of pushes out, but like maybe with the kind of green hue of like nature and beasts and life and whatever, pushes out from him and like holds. And it's almost like a shimmering field that they can see through, and if someone wants to go to walk to it, they could walk through it, no problem. It's just, and the lampreys on the other hand are just trying to get against it, get in.
It just ripples the sand outwards, and you see little beetles and tiny little creatures being swept up and shoved to the side. Yeah, totally. It just rolls them all out like a big wave. Encompasses all of the wagon, all of you, and the dead oxen that have been just torn open, because these things are looking for moisture more than they're looking for food. Thank you. Who are you?
Nice to meet you. I'm Torvik Wildtongue is my name. I've been seeing a bit of activity around the camp these days, but you've got quite a wagon here. Ironwood, I see. What brings you out this way?
And she looks down and she just slaps the top of the ironwood wagon, and it's like a little unbalanced, so it kind of wobbles, and you can hear a large amount of liquid sloshing back and forth inside it. The entirety of it must be filled with liquid. My name is Nadeth Sea Splitter. These are my sons, Ormir and Byrok, and we are water sellers. We collect water down here, and we take it to the zealots in the camp.
Oh, and would you normally have trouble with these lampreys, or?
On occasion, you can normally handle it. This is aggressive, even for them.
How would you? All right. Well, you look to be in a bit of trouble now. Would you? I can help you get out of at least the sand and closer to the town if you accept my help.
It is a couple days' journey to the edge of the storm wall. So she would very much like your help, but you're going to be invested for a couple days. Otherwise, she's kind of stuck here.
The lampreys, can they travel through any of the ground around here, or is there a point where they can't? Okay.
As far as you know, they don't like water. So normally this is odd that they would even attack a water cellar.
And I would know that they don't like water, right?
Correct. Absolutely.
Well, before anything, would you mind if I had some water?
Walks down, gets one of these, like, there's, they have water, but there's also like several water skins because they'll just sell those, right? So she just grabs one and happily hands it over. And it's good. It's clean. It's better than it should be, and it doesn't have any salt in it. So you're not quite sure how they're pulling that off, but somehow they're getting the salt out of the water before they even bring it up.
All right, no, what he was thinking is, in his head, why would they be attacking this with all the water if there's water inside of it?
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
But would it be a common thing for, like, would he have ever seen a wagon like this going back and forth?
Oh, I mean, like he's heard of water sellers. You may not have directly interacted with them. Again, it's not that big of a community, but it's big enough where they travel back and forth every month.
So I might not be able to help you get your wagon back to town yet, but what I can do is I can help you get back. Where you might be able to get some assistance to come and get this. I know that this is ironwood, and I know that as strong as or as fierce as those beasties might be, they're not going to rip through ironwood.
Dad, I could be a bear. I could be a bear, Dad. I can pull it. And like you're one of and he hops down and forms into a bear and goes walking over. I can pull it, Dad. I can pull it.
And the people are probably like, what the hell is going on here?
Are these your kids?
Yeah. Yeah, these are my the apples of my eye. This is Javiel over there. He is the large bear that you can see.
Hi, I'm Javiel.
And this is my quiet little angel here, Morabi.
I am Morabi. Dad, do we trust them?
Do I trust them? Can I do an insight check on them?
Yeah, absolutely.
I say to her anyway, it's like, yes, of course we trust them, and just kind of like...
We trust them.
Just another 8 plus 2, so
I mean,
all I roll all night.
Yeah, they don't seem to be lying, and they don't seem to be shifty. Like, they seem pretty open.
Yeah. I'm gonna Javiel, come back here.
I can pull it, and he like climbs up, and the whole thing kind of wobbles because he hasn't changed out of bear form.
If we're gone for the next 5 or 6 days, your mother will literally kill me. And possibly even you, if I tell her that you're the one who made this call.
Well, Mom said if we were very good, we could go camping. So, this is camping.
Oh, no. You're not pulling this one with me.
Dad,
we took
please.
nothing with us.
Dad, we don't need anything, Dad. We're sufficient because we're demigods. And as soon as they say that, like, they look like the other dwarves look to each other and demigods. Yeah, I'm a demigod and my sister's a demigod and my dad's a god. He's the god of beasts.
Yeah, Torvik's kind of like shuffling his feet right now. He's like, Javiel, shut up, all right?
He just goes stomping off as a bear. Right?
Stay in the circle. Stay in the circle.
I told the truth. I always get mad for telling the truth, but I just said what we are. And he just goes stomping off. And like your daughter kind of leans out and she's looking up and she looks at them. Dad, I think Mom would be very happy if we help these nice people who are also dwarves. Where are you from? There are no dwarves here. There's no mountain kingdom here. Where are you from? And the woman just kind of nods, like, well, we're from Rizon.
Rizon.
No, we haven't been there in quite some time.
I'm trying to think now for Torvik. Sorry, it's been like I re-listened to it all maybe like 2 months ago, 3 months ago.
No, you guys were pulling into Capania, which is in Rizon, which is like the capital city of Rizon, when you left. So you did see Rizon right before you left.
What brings you all the way out here then? Surely you're not just come out here just to sell some water only to go back to Rizon, no?
Well, and she looks at her boys who are already like off the wagon now, trying to like, they were like, seeing if the animals were savable, and they're not. And now they're like kind of eyeing, the bear for a possible, like, this might work, So that's kind of what they're doing right now. And she looks down at them and she looks back at you. We are saving to return home.
Why do you need to be saving to go back to Rizon?
I have a debt that must be paid before we are allowed to return. And she looks a little embarrassed, but she tells you what they did. Her house basically tried to steal an election. The way that elections work in Rizon is like you say, I want to be the boat master for the next 5 years. So you run a campaign, and they have these giant magical vaults where you basically make a big gesture of how much money you're putting into your vault, and you're saying, I'm running for X, and you put 5,000, 10,000 gold and whatever, and then you encourage people to donate to your campaign. And at the end of the campaign, they crack the vaults open, they count how much money is in there, and whoever has the most money wins. And then they take all the money that all the candidates had donated to them during the election, they pool that, and that's the budget for your department for the next 5 years. So they basically enchanted pieces of glass to look like diamonds and tried to rig an election and got caught. And you can't, there's one big crime in Rizon, and that crime is fraud. That's what they care about in Rizon. So they were banished, and they have to pay a very sizable fee before they're allowed back. Once that fee is paid, all is forgiven, but they have to come up with 100,000 gold. And it's been taking her some time.
Torvik laughs to himself. He's like, ho. Well, I suppose you've learned your lesson then from that.
Yes. Better cut glass next time. And then she just laughs.
All right. So I'll help you out.
Thank you.
But you got to promise me once we get to Fool's Folly, you don't go rigging no elections there, right?
And she laughs, and she's like, it's pretty chaotic there. They have the equivalent of a leader, but it's more like a cult.
I haven't been there much now myself, but... All right. Me and my kids will help out, okay? And we'll start moving along.
Excellent. Now, Marabi can only be... Javiel can only manage bears, right?
Yeah. And
Marabi
can be owls.
Can only do owls as far as her natural ability, but she is also a druid, and she can manage other animals. Nothing fancy, but she can do an ox, or she can do a horse, or she can do a dog, right? But not for long. She can only do it for a little bit of time, maybe a couple hours a day. So she can help out, and then the times that she's not helping pulling, she can fly around and basically keep watch. Because it's going to take both you and Javiel to get this wagon moving.
Yeah. And is there a time that I can have the anti-life shield up?
It's an at-will ability, so you can just keep doing it.
Yeah.
So eventually, they just leave. Like they just go away. You can tell they're not there anymore, and you can drop it.
I'm thinking of Tremors now. Graboids.
Basically. Yeah, well, there also are basically lava worms that are just like the worms in Tremor, except they're filled with lava because they eat rock and it just gets disintegrated inside their stomach. So yeah, those are here too, but they don't normally bother with anything small. It's not worth their time or effort to burst to the surface.
That's terrifying. But yes, we will
not bad.
we'll move our way towards Oasia.
All right.
Oasia?
So, yeah, well, Oasia. I think it's Oasia. I don't know. However people would say it. I don't know. Yeah. So you guys head off. The first day is hot, but relatively nothing happens. Like there's a beetle and your kids get super excited. And that's pretty much all that happens. And like that night, they're all just like trying to find dung beetles and trying to help them. And they manage to one of them turns into a giant beetle and there's and they're still having fun. And they set up camp. They feed you well. They have a surprisingly good stock of food and wine aboard this vessel.
Torvik would like along the way to just explain to them, like, when we get to Oasia, don't mention anything about us being gods or demigods. In fact, don't mention it even when you go anywhere else. Don't mention it.
Your business is your business. I will not intrude, and I thank you for your help. I'm not sure what we would have done without you, and I cannot get another of these wagons.
You must have spent quite a bit just to get this.
Everything I had.
The elves aren't very fond of giving away their ironwood.
They are not. However, they are fond of our drink, and they're not great in poker. And she laughs again.
He thinks back to, even if he was to play poker with Rena, she would either probably win or lose horribly.
Yes, it would be one of the two.
Yeah.
Yes, 100%. 100%. She wins as long as Oinkers doesn't pick her cards, because Oinkers thinks he's great at this. And just
Oinkers stayed with them, did he?
Oinkers did not stay with them. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Oinkers did stay with them. He is with them because you told Oinkers to stay because I didn't want to take Oinkers out of the game.
I was okay.
Oinkers is currently with them. And if you focus, you can get a message to Oinkers wherever she is.
All right. Who's the other elf that we were friends with then? Was it Amaril?
Automil. Yes, exactly.
Automil.
The god of speed and a fellow Ironwood elf.
Yes, okay. I'm just trying to get names back in my head.
Okay. Ask.
So yeah, after just kind of he trusts them and he's happy to keep on keeping on going towards Oasia.
Then it takes you 3 days. And on the morning of the third day, where you still have a decent journey ahead of you, there is a thunderous crack and a purple bolt of energy that seems to explode towards the sky inside the storm. It just lights up the whole edge of the storm wall, and then it just collapses. You watch as this 12-mile-high storm vanishes into nothing.
Wait, the storm wall's gone or the storm disappeared?
The storm wall is gone, and the storm has disappeared. It's nothing but bright blue sky everywhere you look now.
Okay, Torvik's immediate reaction is, kids, you stay here and do not, and he's deadly serious, do not leave. No. This is dangerous, and I do not want to risk either of you. Stay put. I'm checking this out. And he turns to everyone else.
So you're going to leave us with the sand lampreys?
No, I'm leaving you with these other dwarves that we've been traveling with that you wanted to help. So you make sure that they're safe, okay?
That's logical. Yeah, I suppose. Fine, Dad. And they just go stomping off. They're both unhappy, but they'll do as they're told.
And Torvik is going to change into a hawk and just way
the
up.
Fastest bird, the fastest falcon you can be, right? Okay,
and just
excellent.
Circle around from where he saw that bolt shoot from, see if he can see anything in the town.
All right, you take to the air. It still takes you about an hour to get closer to where you were. As you're flying up, you can see the town of Oasia. It is a catastrophe. Buildings are on fire. Things have been knocked down. There's bodies all over the place. But whatever has happened seems to have stopped because there are people rushing around trying to heal, trying to stop people bleeding, that kind of thing. It looks like they're the aftermath of something that has happened.
Okay, and from where the bolt shot from, it
further in, definitely further in.
Can he like go to where that was and see if he can spot what I'm in the source?
As soon as you're close enough to the edge, you can see the Union, and it must have come from there.
Oh, Jesus, no. All right. He circles back to get his kids.
Okay.
And he says to Nadeth, Oramir, and by...
It'll take you a couple hours to get back. There are people that you can see that won't make it.
People, oh, God.
And you are a paladin.
I know.
You are basically a triage machine. You can just go 1 point, 1 point, 1 point, 1 point, and save everyone.
So Torvik is going to land and just rush into the town. Basically, just lay on hands, doling out hit points where he can, looking for the most injured, and then giving advice and support to the people who aren't so much injured, and just explaining to them what to do. Basically, just kind of rallying things around him and well, telling them what to do, because clearly they're all just panicked and clueless and don't know what they're doing.
As you're running into the town, a hill shifts to the left, and a gargantuan Goliath stands up. She has coal black skin and this flame red hair that she's pulled into heavy, heavy braids, and she has a bow as she rises out of the sand.
Stand! Who goes?
Oh, what's going on here? Who are you?
She lowers her bow and she looks at you.
I'm the sheriff. Who are you?
I am a helpful passerby that's helping these people who are injured and dying.
Are you a healer?
I am.
And she puts her bow away.
Come, quickly.
And she leads you from person to person. They're being taken care of by these people in white, like these white and ivory robes that are just covered in every religious symbol you've ever seen. And they're doing the best they can to patch people up, and they're being led by this human man who is like too pretty. You know what I mean? Like when a guy is a little too pretty, he's like
he's too pretty, so he's probably evil.
Yeah. Who's that guy that played the Joker recently? What is his name?
Jared
you know what I'm
Leto.
talking about? Yes, Jared Leto. He's just a little too pretty. There's just something about him you just don't trust. And that's what this guy looks like a really pretty long-haired man, right? And he's walking around and he's got this little tambourine and he's like, oh, you all are doing so well. Oh. And then he like kind of spins over to you and lands a hand on your shoulder.
I brush it off immediately.
I had a dream about you. You're here to help. Yes, please, save them all.
I'll save who I can. Who are you? What happened here?
Well, my name is Brother Everin Tapik, and I am the leader, I suppose. Though the title is far too much, but I am the leader of these people. We have all come to worship.
Worship what?
Well, the storm, of course. The gods.
Well, it looks like your gods are gone.
They speak to me nightly. A little ring in my ear, a little messenger.
And I don't suppose that you're the cause of what's happened here, are you?
Oh, no. I don't wish any harm to these people. We are all seeking enlightenment, after all. No, this was different. We had a stranger recently, an odd man, claimed to be a god.
God of what?
Vitality. Constitution. Vigor.
He must have been mad. The gods are dead.
He was mad, I believe. He walked straight into that storm, and as he did, it collapsed. Then we were attacked by creatures. Zombies? It seems absurd to even say the word, but they were like flesh, but also rock.
All right. And where are they now? What happened to them? Did you fight them off, or did they leave?
And he walks, as you're walking and like healing people as you're going, right? He walks you kind of to the edge of the camp where the world storm would have been. And there are several of these broken skeletons and where all the flesh should be is stone.
This isn't anything like what we saw in, was it Barros's tomb?
This is exactly like what you guys saw when you were in Turtle Bay. Because There was the
meteor.
asteroids that came down in Turtle Bay, and then these it turned people into these rock zombies. This is exactly what you guys fought before.
Go back to your people and make sure they're tended. I have my own people I need to take care of. Is there anything else out of sorts that's happened here, or you said the gods speak to you? How or what do they say?
Just that they are there. Oh, she speaks to me every night.
She
says, yes. Well, sometimes. Sometimes, perhaps not she. But yes, I have chosen to believe she is she.
And what would she or her name be?
Oh, she says she has many, many names. But the one I call her most often is Karen.
Karen.
Karen, yes. Odd name, isn't it?
It is. Sounds like a bit of a... yes. Odd name indeed. I've never heard it.
No. So exotic.
So exotic. Okay. And what does Karen claim to be the god of?
Oh, the god.
The god.
Yes.
But you know as well as I that there was multiple gods prior to the Gods' War.
There were multiple gods. She is new, as she would say.
New.
Would you like to speak with her? Well, you should probably heal that one first. Oh, and maybe that one. And then we can definitely go speak with her.
Oh. Can I do an insight? How much do I trust this guy? 11 plus 2, so 13.
He seems to very much believe what he is saying.
How do you speak to her?
Well, I have my meditations, of course, and when I find the inner harmony and my ears are fully able to hear and my eyes are fully able to see, she appears.
How far away at this stage are my kids again now?
So right now, they're about, if you were at full speed, doing nothing but flying at about 150 miles an hour, about an hour away. So about 150 miles.
Okay.
Not close.
No, not close. Damn it. I don't have any way of reaching out to them, do I?
You don't, unfortunately. I don't think you can cast messenger or anything like that, can you?
No. Oh,
because you are a paladin.
I can use an animal to deliver a message, and my daughter's a druid, correct?
100% she is. She will definitely understand. You guys have done this before.
Okay. I'm going to find a bird.
Mm-hmm.
Anywhere. Yep. And I'm
easy.
going to ask it to deliver a message to the kids.
Why, hello.
Hello. Hello, there, bird.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Shh. I'm going to need you.
Yes.
I point in the direction of where the kids are. I'm going to need you to go and find the little girl who can talk to you.
Yes.
Tell them to go home and to say sorry to their friends.
Go home, little girl, sorry about your friends.
Correct.
Done.
Thank you. And
It boom, just takes off.
Okay. Take me to talk to this god of yours.
Of course. And he just throws his hands up. Children! We are celebrating. Come. And you are instantly swarmed by 12 robed, seemingly drugged figures who are just so happy to see you. And they're walking you to this large white tent that seems absurd to be in the middle. There's a lot of effort they're putting into their shit that really could be spent surviving, right?
Yeah.
But no. But he provides them all water. He seems to have money to pay for anything he needs to pay for. And he walks you into this ridiculously large tent that is well appointed with pillows and little inner areas. So you walk through this main chapel, right? And it's weird. It is a amalgamation of every religious figure you could be. So there's a recreation of the Fist of Baros in the center, but around it are clearly identifications from the God of the Wild and the God of the Woods. And there's all different things that have kind of been adapted into this unified church, as he refers to it. All gods are one. Come to my inner sanctum. And pushes some tents to the side, and you're just hit with this warm, humid, heavily perfumed air as you walk in.
All right. I'd like to just take a rag or a cloth and just put it over my face, just because like he's seen the way that the disciples are acting or whatever they are, and he
it's definitely opium. It's 100%
okay.
opium. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
but I guess I do have resistance to all poisons.
It's not going to affect you actually. As a paladin, you can't really get drunk because you can't be poisoned. So you can enjoy alcohol, but you don't really get drunk. So yeah, the same thing here. Drugs don't affect you.
Okay, so yeah, I follow through, and so where is this god of yours?
He leads you to this pillow, and his followers are like wiping the sand off your arms and washing your hands and feet and like running fingers through your hair.
At every point, I'm pushing them off.
Yeah,
like to the stage where I take my shield and I start shoving them. Like,
no. There, enough, children. The god will accept him as is. Oh, and they all vanish, just vanish until it's just you there sitting. It's like, sit with me, and he sits cross-legged and puts his hands out towards you.
I look for a chair.
There are no chairs, just pillows.
All right, so Torvik kind of, like maybe like 5 or 10 feet away from him, he just does not trust this man at all. He just plunks down right in his arse, legs out in front of him.
And he nods and he kind of, scoots over, right? Until he's right up in
Torvik takes his axe out and like leaves it at his side.
Oh,
well, holding the haft.
Yeah, fair. Mm-hmm. Understood. Now, may I see your hands? Or one hand is fine.
Sure.
All right.
Puts out a hand.
Okay, all right. And he takes his finger and he's gently tracing the lines on your palm. And as he does, they glow. They glow with like a silvery energy and fade as his finger leaves them. Ah, yes, you are also a god. Well, how lucky.
I pull my hand back.
God of beasts.
How do you know this?
And he looks up at you and his eyes are swirling with that same pink and purple energy. Because the god has allowed it.
Are you sure you're not a god yourself?
I am an assistant to God. You are one of the small gods.
Let me speak to your god then.
It can be quite intense. How do you usually pray?
Pray?
You don't.
Yeah, I don't know. He kind of laughs. He's like, I don't know. Get me a beer. Get me an ale.
Of course. And a literal flight of ales are brought before you. This wooden tray with 6 glorious ales ranging from very, very dark to very, very pale appear before you. All cold somehow.
I pick one up and I'd like to just take a sip. And could I do like a medicine?
Hell
See
yeah.
if there's anything that might even hurt a dwarf. You know what? Just got another 8.
Yeah, I mean,
3 plus
it's
5.
like, it's strong. Even like like, whoa, this is actually kind of strong, but it's good. Like it's exceptionally good. It has these red oak hints and this real earthiness to it that like feels like some of the, ancient dwarven ales that have been, made for centuries.
At this stage, Torvik is he's been drinking swill. Well, the ale up at the spear is not great, and he takes a sip and he's like, I don't see, and he's like, well, fuck it, and he just starts drinking it back, and it's like pouring down his beard.
Bring more for our guest, thank you. He is a man of religion. Yes,
yes, praying to my god.
All right. So he just begins, and he's banging his tambourine, he's singing, he's quite skilled. His voice is melodic and gorgeous. The ale is amazing. You feel a little tipsy, actually, and it's turned out to be kind of an enjoyable day. But he's just silly. He's just flailing about and rolling all around you. It's entertaining, but it doesn't seem like it should be anything until it's suddenly very dark. Too dark.
Am I still in the tent? Should I look around?
Yeah.
Do we still see him?
darkness has seemed to creep in at the edges. So just past the flap, there's nothing. And the darkness seems to be closing in.
I'm kind of donning my shield and then picking up my axe and standing up at this stage, looking around me like, what's going on?
He leans down, puts his hands on your shoulders, and nothing. This is her. Can't you see? And gestures towards the darkness.
Do I see anything?
I would like you to roll perception.
All right, I can get at least one good roll tonight, I promise. Nope. 5 plus 2, 7.
You're just looking and it's just darkness. It's just this weird, undulating darkness that has a shine to it. And as you kind of lean forward a little bit, your eyes go wide because it's not darkness, it's spiders.
Oh, fuck.
Nothing but a wall of spiders.
Hello? Hello, are you there, Karen?
You hear a woman's laughter if it came from a million spiders.
That is just horrifying.
And you turn and he is fully leaned up against the wall and spiders are climbing all over him and he just seems to be reveling in it.
Who are you?
We are.
You are?
We are. And you.
And the walls kind of like lean in for a second, kind of over you, and then pull back out.
I am Torvik.
Torvik.
And the word just kind of dances in a million mouths all at the same time.
Yes. And you are God.
I am. And apparently you are too. According to this man, you are the god.
I am. And you've come to me. How fortunate.
Fortunate for who?
For all.
In this stage, Torvik's like, okay, and he's looking around the tent to see, is there a way out?
There is not. There is only spiders all around you now. Over you, to the sides of you, it is nothing but spiders.
Is there candles? Or...
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. So just to know that that's there. Cool. So why have you chosen this man to be your voice? What other gods do you know about? How do you know about me?
I speak to whoever can speak to me.
And are you from our part of the world, or are you from out there?
And she laughs.
Out there, oh, smart one. Yes, I am from here, and out there.
He's thinking back to the vision that they saw at the top of the union of the god of chaos banging on the wall. I guess there's no way that he could relate that to these spiders right now without... Does he know the name of the god of chaos?
Well, you know the name of the god... You know the name of the god of chaos that was?
Yeah.
And her name was Vestrix.
Okay. Nervously moving towards where the candles are, he's like, would I be wrong in calling you Vestrix?
Better to say she is now.
She is now you. So you'd be her counterpart, as I would have been for Ova, then.
No. You are what came after.
And you can see the spiders like form into a hand and kind of like tiptoe in the air towards you until they open up. And inside of this spider hand is this little godstone. And all the spiders are kind of holding it up and gently turning it around. So it's very dramatic.
And what are you doing here? The wall is down. Where is the rest of you?
Here, there. Bits of me.
And if I was to try to leave right now, would you let me?
And a door opens in the wall of spiders, and you can see into the tent beyond.
Of course. You are no prisoner. You are God.
Thank you very much. What is it that you want here?
Oh, what anyone wants. Freedom. The ability to help others. I just want to share in the delight of this world.
Well, it looks like you're here, then there's nothing stopping you.
There are so many things stopping me, sadly. I am trapped in this concoction of yours, Zaval. I do not know why. I have done nothing.
And what keeps you trapped here?
Powerful divine energies that awaken.
And where here does it? What ties you to this place?
And there's like a couple bolts of that pink and purple lightning.
I was brought here and imprisoned. How cruel! Can you imagine? The doorway opens up and you step through only to find yourself imprisoned.
Well, the door out is open. If you want to leave, you can.
If it were only that easy. Are you here to free me?
I wouldn't say so. I'm here by happenstance, and honestly, the trials of the gods is something I've tried to get away from as of late.
Disappointing. Don't change your mind.
What about the fellow who walked off into the world storm?
The spiders kind of pull back for a second and then lean in again.
Wrecker. Yes. I know of the dragon curse.
Dragon cursed? And why you seem to flinch when I said his name? What do you fear of him?
Fear. I fear nothing. But he is distasteful. Not enjoyable to speak to like you are.
Well, as much as I am quite enjoying this conversation, not Vistrix, but Vistrix, I must go because I have some things I need to take care of. Will you be here if I was to return?
I am always here. I have always been here, and I will be here when you return, along with your friend.
Who's to say I'm bringing friends back with me?
And the spiders begin to form shapes around you. They form the shape of Doro. They form the shape of Golden Barrow. They form the shape of Zion with his powers swirling around him. They form Para and the fire that rages from him.
They all dance around you. You are entwined.
Well, I must be off now.
Of course. Please, take a gift.
And the spiders unveil their spider hand again, and there's a godstone there again, and it's got a little silver spider with its little silver legs holding the stone to form a pendant.
I take it.
It glows as soon as you hold it, so it's clearly a godstone because it's reacting to your divine energy, and you can hear a whisper in your mind as you hold it.
I shall never be far.
Well, thank you. Until we meet again.
Until the first time.
And then the spiders just vanish.
Torvik doesn't even wait to speak to the priest. He just gets out of there straight away.
He's following you. Brother Tabik is right behind you. Oh, wasn't that wonderful? Yes, you spoke with her, and she gave you a divine gift. You are lucky indeed. And as you step out of the tent and into the blazing daylight, a single tendril of darkness follows behind Torvik. Thank you for joining us for Godsfall Season 6, Episode 5, The End of the World. We're busy recording and editing the next episode of Godsfall, and you can listen to Season 6, Episode 6 right now by going to patreon.com/Godsfall. We'll see you next time in the world of the Five Kingdoms.